Welcome. I'd like to call to order the Tuesday, November 12th, 2019 meeting of the Evanston Preservation Commission. We have 7 commissioners, which constitutes a quorum. But we've got a really long meeting tonight that could go well into the evening or night. We have a sign-up sheet here. If anybody would like to speak and hasn't signed up, if you could come up and sign up now, otherwise we'll stick to the sign-up sheet. We're going to follow rules to keep order in the meeting consistent with what we've done at some of our other very heavily attended meetings. For each matter that's up, the applicant will have a chance to present their project and show what's in the packet. We'll then let the members of the commission ask questions where something in the applicant's presentation is unclear, but we'll save discussion for after that. Then we'll let any members of the public who signed up to speak on that project, we're going to ask that you just limit your talk to 2 minutes, please. I'll actually hold up if you can read it, a 15-second sign, and rather than interrupting you, but we will insist that everybody stick to 2 minutes because we're going to be here way into the night, and I'm not sure how we're really going to finish everything. I think before we get started, there were a couple of preliminary matters we wanted to deal with, a couple of task force we have that we wanted to kind of get organized. So the first was Kumar Jensen, the city sustainability officer, was going to talk to us a little, and then we were going to try to form a joint commission to work on sustainability matters.
Yeah, thank you. Kumar Jensen, I'm the Chief Sustainability and Resilience Officer for the City of Evanston. Thank you all for hearing me this evening. I have a fairly short proposal, just accompanying the memo. So Carlos and I were able to talk particularly around the conversations related to solar and historic preservation and some of the recent applications, and recognizing that we're in a time period, not only locally, but also in the state, where we are going to be seeing a lot more solar development. And so it seems like a good opportunity, and maybe we should have been having these conversations a little bit earlier, but a good opportunity to bring together a few of the advisory boards in the city to have intentional conversation about how as a city we can provide clearer direction that represents all of the values. So staff is requesting volunteers from the Utilities Commission, the Evanston Environment Board, and their Preservation Commission to join a short-term task force that would specifically be set up and staffed by myself and Carlos to focus on developing some guidelines, proposed guidelines for how the Preservation Commission and staff will evaluate future solar developments on historic structures and in buildings in Evanston. And so any comments or feedback on that or anything that, Carlos, you'd like to add prior to seeking volunteers?
Thank you, Kumar. Members of the commission, I was also at the Utilities Commission meeting last Friday where Kumar introduced the same program or proposal, and I was representing the commission to give them some of the issues that the commission has faced in the past with solar and how many projects that we have record of that the commission approved, and the last project, 1040 Hinman, that is under the council for an appeal. So I received some CC's emails from the other board, environmental board, and those members are also in favor of having the task force or the group of volunteers that we are asking to have 2 for each, so there will be a total of 6 members plus staff. So we're asking if anyone from the commission would like to volunteer, and if that, ask for a motion to appoint those members.
I think Julia and Aleka had, if you don't mind, had expressed a considerable amount of interest in the subject. And so I think if it's okay, they'll participate in the short-term commission with Kumar and members of the other boards. And we look forward to making sure that we can work together successfully on this.
Absolutely, I appreciate it, and we'll be back to report on the progress and recommendations in the spring.
Okay, thank you very much. There's one other kind of similar task force that we have promised to participate in, and that's the Fifth Ward referral for really trying to come up with a viable and sensible plan for kind of, cultural district or whatever would be appropriate, which, may involve some elements of preservation, but probably goes beyond just typical preservation of buildings that we deal with. And I know I had said that I would be willing to meet with Dina Robinson and with Alderwoman Simmons, and if one other staff member would be willing to do that with me. Okay, please, Sally, be great.
She's off though, but she can volunteer.
Your last meeting.
Yeah, I think that's okay. I don't.
She can be a volunteer. She can act as a volunteer.
It's really a brainstorming venture to try to come up with ideas. It's not, so that'd be great. Okay. Yeah, Dino, I don't know if there's anything else that we should say, or we should just defer that kind of to a brainstorming discussion as soon as we can get together.
That's absolutely acceptable, yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
The 1920 Central, or no?
You want to try to do?
She is asking.
Okay. I think we're going to try to move one, hopefully brief matter up to accommodate an applicant for 1926 Central Street. It was just a modification to a proposal that we had approved, I think, a couple months ago. If you could introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Fred Gale, the owner of the building. Thank you for moving me up on the agenda. Yeah, I would like to revise the storefront from what was originally approved by this committee. So you approved double hung windows for the building, and I'd like to go to a storefront where it's a continuous wall of glass, similar to another property. So that's the current storefront. And then if you go to this was what was approved by this committee. And this is the design that I'd like to move towards, which is a continuous wall of glass that will, in my opinion, kind of highlight the limestone and the architecture of the building. I included a picture of another building in Evanston. This is 1245 Chicago Avenue, a similar facade where they did a similar glass treatment. And it's aesthetically quite pleasing. So I'm asking the committee if we can go to a similar treatment for 1926 Central Street.
Okay, are there any questions? Okay, why don't you have a seat then, please?
Thank you.
Was there anybody who had signed up to speak on this matter? Thank you. Any discussion by the commissioners? Would somebody like to make a motion?
I move that we issue a certificate of appropriateness for 1926 Central Street, applicable standards for alteration or future.
A second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. I think that's all in favor. Thank you. Okay, returning to old business, our first matter is 2404 Ridge Avenue, and Chris Schweitzer, applicant.
Good evening. I'm Rick Schweitzer, actually, but here to stand in tonight. Here tonight to request your approval to subdivide the property at 2404 Ridge. As you know, we have received a compliant subdivision zoning approval from the city previously. With respect to the Historic Preservation Commission, you should know that we purchased this property with the primary intention of restoring the house into modern livable space and saving the dilapidated barn structure from a more likely demise. That is, derelict, disrepaired, and maybe eventually gone. The barn unit was built around 1866. It had a dirt barn floor and was in very bad condition. The resulting years have seen a great deal of thoughtful and creative restoration work taking place with the goal of having a beautiful habitable space as well as with the farmhouse. All that walk through the barn in its current state are complimentary and amazed with its sensitive and historic appeal. We essentially saved this property from an untimely demise. However, the large sums of time, energy, money that have gone into this project over the last 20+ years would enjoy some recompense, and the subdivision of the property would help allow the remainder of the property move towards a happy and healthy historical future. Other owners may well not have treated this property with the appropriate and historically respectful detail and love that we have shown it. You have requested at a prior meeting for architectural input, and we have retained an architectural firm, and we have presented it to you. We trust that you will approve of the like style of design and placement on the property. We would suggest that some of the neighborhood opposition you will hear tonight is far more about their individual needs and concerns than about any historical preservation standard that may apply tonight. This is a large parcel ready to be subdivided, and we hope you will agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Were there just any factual questions or no? Thank you. Was anybody signed up to speak to this matter? Sir, you want to each come up and please limit to 2 minutes.
Can you state your name and address, please?
Yeah, thank you for your time and attention. My name is Peter Miller. I live at 2354 Ridge Avenue for the last 25 or so years. I rise to express the views of myself and our neighbors, some 36 of whom have signed a petition to you to oppose, to recommend against this subdivision. I'm going to walk through, I've given you a memo that you have in front of you. I'm going to just summarize a couple of points and then turn it over to someone else to summarize the rest. First, we would argue before you tonight that the proposal violates the standards that this body should use in order to evaluate applications for subdivision. It does not preserve, adaptively reuse, or otherwise protect the landmark property. Rather, it is a first step in destroying the landmark property. Any building constructed on the property without Preservation Commission review would be incompatible with the historic structures. A new structure made possible by the subdivision would block from view critical features of the landmark site. The drawing that the applicant has presented is of a 3,800 square foot house, which clearly blocks the view of the barn and part of the historic house as well. A building on the subdivided lot would not preserve or protect critical features of the streetscape. And finally, the development of the subdivision would adversely affect traffic patterns and adjacent property values and might adversely affect municipal services. There's only one entrance to this property through an alley, a vehicle entrance, and the subdivision would create a big trouble for folks trying to use the alley. This commission has a responsibility not only to the buildings, but to the properties that it's supposed to supervise. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got to figure out how to cancel it. I gotta figure out how to do this. We're gonna do. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, and I'd like to thank the Preservation Commission for the work that you do. And I just want to summarize again a couple of the points that are laid out in the memo.
Excuse me, can you please tell us your name and your address?
I'm sorry. My name is Diane Rasinski, and I live at 2354 Ridge Avenue, and I have resided in the property for about 25 years. A couple of points. The Preservation Commission has stewardship responsibilities responsibility for the entire property, not just the historic buildings on the site, and it should exercise its authority to preserve the grounds of the structure. If you think about it, it's not just the barn and the farmhouse itself, but it's the whole pastoral setting. It's the sweep going up to the farmhouse, and that's part of the history of the site. The applicant claims that by subdividing the barn and the farmhouse would be on its own parcel, and he refers to the site as vacant. It's only vacant if you decide to draw the line and saying that, quote, nothing exists there, but it isn't. It is part and parcel of one property that was purchased in 1996. The applicant knew that it was a historic site when he purchased the property, and he is trying to change that definition right now. The applicant also claims that he has no current plans to develop the property, but he also said in a past meeting that he wants to achieve the highest and best use, and for lay people, that means it's the most profitable for the applicant, but not for the community. If we were to use that as a criterion for all historic preservation, we would demolish the Daniel Burnham Designs in Evanston and put up something more profitable, and it should not be part of, I believe, the historic preservation's decision-making process, what is best profitable for an individual applicant. The other, or to summarize our points, is that once the property is subdivided, this commission will have no ability to rule on the appropriateness of structures that are put on the property. He would be able to put up a 3,800-foot structure that would completely block the view of the farmhouse and the barn from Ridge Avenue. So we recommend and we ask that the permission not grant the applicant's request. Thank you. Thank you.
Who else was here to speak about this matter? Anybody else? No? Okay, thank you. Discussion by commissioners? Ken?
The one thing I'd like Mr. Schweitzer to clarify is we have 3 different site plans in the packet. Can you clarify what these 3 site plans are and what the differences are and what they mean?
Sure. We presented 2 relevant site plans at the recommendation of some staff. One that gives the appropriate setbacks. I should note that the first site plan that's labeled number 1 is exactly that, and it's congruent with all the rest of the homes on the street, and architecturally, and I think visually, it's the most pleasing because it makes sense in the neighborhood, as opposed to setting it back would set it off for a variety of reasons. However, to dispute very, very plainly and clearly that what you've just heard, this home will not in any way impact the view of the house, nowhere, no how, nor will a setback version impact any view of the barn. So we've given you a site plan that puts it back farther because of the view issue. Furthermore, it's not really visible in any case, but that's what those are.
The second one seems to be moving the main structure back.
Yeah, the second one's moving it back so that you have more visibility. Mind you, there's a porch where you see the lines. I think you guys all understand what that is. It's an open porch, so there is visibility through that porch as well.
What's the third one?
I don't know that we have given you.
There is a third one.
The first one was the site plan, and then I only think there is 2 versions. The one with the house or the barn being closest to the street, and then the one that was recessed.
Is number 2 and 3 a duplicate? I don't know if they're labeled. There's no titles on them.
No, that's, I don't
We
think,
just gave a site plan that was, I'm not sure what the reference is, but we just moved it back for visibility. It's a strong architectural opinion that moving it back hurts it from its congruity with the remainder of the street
Actually,
building.
the third one is the one that identifies all the trees.
Oh, the third one has trees in it, okay. We were
This
asked
is
to
the
put
third
trees.
one.
Yeah,
Okay.
and the trees are also, pictures are in your packet, it's just 3 scrub trees that are not much left of them, and furthermore, they threaten the
Can you clarify something
voltage,
else?
the high wires. Sure.
This drawing, or at least your drawing, identifies the home as being 3,380 square feet, and everybody's been referring to 3,800 this evening, at least those who got up here did. Where does that second number come from?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not surprised with the hyperbole that you're hearing, but
Well, I didn't need the editorial.
Sorry?
I'm sorry, I didn't need the editorial comment. I just asked the question.
I don't know where it
Okay.
came from. We were requested by you guys, you all, to give something that would show the max allowable because it was suggested that's what would be built. Again, we have no interest in building, but we retained architectural services to do what we thought was exactly what you requested.
Okay, were there other questions for Mr. Schweitzer? No, seat again, please. So I'd like to just confirm that we're making a recommendation just from a preservation point of view, and then the subdivision still has to be approved by city council. That hasn't happened yet.
That's correct. A subdivision would require city council approval by resolution.
Okay. And there are obviously, issues beyond historic preservation that the city council would have to consider. All right.
I just want to clarify something for myself. I wasn't here at the prior meeting where this came before us, but so this is a landmark structure, but it's not a historic district, correct?
Right.
So can I just review something? So when it was asked by the commission that they to see what could be placed on the adjacent lot, is that what the question was, like what could be placed on that lot and what could be built to meet just zoning requirements?
Because it's not, because the house is not in the historic district, once the property is subdivided, the landmark would no longer be on the parcel. And so the adjacent lot would no longer be subject to our jurisdiction. The applicant's not required to show plans for the building the way they would. We just had a house further south on Ridge that was in the historic district, and they had to show plans because it was in the district. But because this lot was not, they don't have to.
So I just want to be clear. So the reason that the commission at the last meeting for this project wanted to see what could be built on this that would meet zoning is just the mass of the thing? Is that what?
Yeah.
Is that why?
The impact of the
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. And I think Ken had questions about whether there was a potential effect on trees and wanted that depicted. And I think we just wanted to understand it better.
I actually had a question on the landscape. I know that we've been talking about having further discussion and making it more permanent as to preservation of landscape. Also, I'm just wondering where the commission or the city is on that issue.
It's not really germane to this application.
Just wondering.
Any further discussion? Ken?
Well, I do think that in looking at the standards for review of subdivision, the key thing from my point of view is is letter C, not result in blocking or otherwise obstructing as viewed from a public street the critical features of the landmark or area, etc. In walking around the lot here and around the block, I do think the really the only view you have of the historic house is from the south as you come along Ridge, just because of the landscaping and the topography. And so I do think to meet standard C, we need more than just the 27-foot minimum setback. I think part of this should be establishing a larger setback than would typically be required by zoning to protect that view of the historic house. Based on the drawings we have here and the dimensions, something in the order of, I think, 60 feet as a front yard setback would be appropriate, if I can, based on what I'm seeing in the plan drawing and what I remember from the view you get of the south as you come along the block. But it needs to be more than just the 27 feet to meet that standard letter C, in my opinion.
Was that consistent with the second drawing, or?
Well, that's
a little further. The second drawing's not labeled, so I'm not sure that I want to go off that. I think it might be even a little further than the second drawing would show.
Is the, can you go to the first rendering, Carlos? I think it's the next drawing up in the packet. All right, that's the only view that you've shown us. Is that the 27-foot version, or is that one of the one with more setback? I'm asking Mr. Sweat. Yeah, please. The applicant.
I believe that's the first one with 27-foot setback, but what you're not seeing in this, and you might see in another schematic, is that the house just to the south, which the prior speakers live in, moving farther back, to get the view of the barn, which is what we're talking about, it's blocked. You can only go so far back before the house to the south is also blocking it, the view.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Well, we could include in our recommendation I don't know, but that we're in a position to have a precise setback, but that it include a setback sufficient to protect the views of the historic home.
I mean, I think we kind of have to give a specific number, just because after it leaves here, we would have no control over anything anymore. We can't say sufficient, because who would make that judgment?
It's not going to
I don't
come
see how
back
you
from
can draw
ZBA.
an exact. Well, I mean, I guess we could recommend it. It's only it's a recommendation.
I think what's unfortunate here is that we're not seeing the site with any of the other buildings on it, where we're not seeing what was just referenced, which is where is the next building to the south, where we could see it. But it's pretty clear when I look at this site plan that you have to go more. I agree with Ken. You've got to go more than the 27 feet. And that's not dimensioned, unfortunately. It's just simply shown as being shifted back. If I read this correctly, it's been shifted back about 8 feet. So that shift on the second one is 8 feet straight west, which is not perpendicular to ridge as well. Even the 27-foot line is really misleading. So when you were saying 60 feet, I don't know if you were using that top dimension of the lot line.
I'm just trying to.
I don't really have
dimensions. It's a little arbitrary.
I think at that point,
it seems for us to suggest a footage with no basis is just seems really arbitrary.
well, what's determining this location is in fact the idea of putting in a garage and then still having 30 feet between the garage and the house, and that's what's really happening here.
Well, I mean, we could say substantially greater than the minimum 27-foot setback.
I guess I don't know how that gets interpreted.
Yeah. I think it's not.
I don't know that, I mean, we're just making a recommendation. We're not making the decision anyway. I don't know that we're going to really.
Well, haven't we made specific recommendations on other discussions that we've had as far as design? Would this be any
Yeah, I
different?
think so. I think we have.
Yeah, I mean, I think looking at this rendering is a little artificial. That's not quite the perspective you have as you walk along the street. It's more, you're looking at the at things more at an angle just because of the unusual topography and landscaping in that area. I think, as shown in this rendering, it comes too far forward, and I think a larger setback, which it would imply less volume of the house potentially, is appropriate, because really from the south is the only real view you have of the landmark house.
Well, that's the problem with this view. In this view, you essentially don't see the barn.
Right. Well, you don't really see the barn from Ridge, no matter what.
You know, how do you do, I mean, you could say, oh, you need to set whatever you're going to build all the way at the back of the, you know, what, and you could figure out the dimension off of the plat survey to the back of the house, and then you'd still block the barn, but you'd want a real dimension. I mean, if we're going to make a recommendation, and I don't, you know, you actually want to know where the back of that house is and just make that determination that you want to see the whole side of the house from the south, and then you wouldn't see the barn. So how do you...
Really, the barn is not terribly visible from Ridge. You see it more
You
from
know,
the
like
park.
you just said it. I don't think these are useful for me, at least, to understand, you know, what you'd see or not, because they're sort of in terms of the abstraction and where you are placed. So I don't actually, I mean, in terms of talking about it, you know, if we give a dimension or we say, you know, how much do you want to see? If someone's going to build something, which is the question, like how much should be exposed?
I mean, there's no...
Seems sort of arbitrary, but...
There's no proposed structure yet, and so I mean, you're not going to be able to determine.
Well, no, but we make a recommendation so that, I mean, it's only, right, it is just a recommendation from us, but it still has some weight, so do we have, you know, so are we using a number? I mean, there is a number. You can, like, figure, I mean, I can't off of this.
Or do we, yeah, I mean, I guess that's I mean, I feel like we'd have to say something to meet criterion C, but I don't know what it is exactly. Is it just that no new structure would block the view of the south elevation of the historic house? Is that enough?
That would be,
Yeah.
That's as good as we're going to get, I think. Yeah.
I think the problem is we're getting caught up in the fact that what we are looking at is highest and best use. I hate to use that quote. And that means that they've maxed out the area of the house and the volume of the house. And so what you're seeing is the largest house that somebody would put there. But we can't say, well, why don't you only build half as large a house? And then everybody will go home happy because we'll have something set back to where the garage is. So I think that's not going to work. And that's one of the difficulties when we're simultaneously saying, well, shift it back. We can't shift it back. But of course I could shift it back if I made the house 1,500 square feet instead of 3,900 square feet or 3,400 square feet and a one-car garage or no garage, as Sally just said. Oh, well, you're close enough to the CTA or whatever.
I don't think we're going to do better than Ken's concept. I mean, it's just none of the variables are known to make any kind of determination. I think we probably exhausted the subject. With somebody like, I mean, Ken would be the best person to make a motion.
And this is a recommendation to City Council? Okay. I move we issue a favorable recommendation to City Council for the subdivision of the lot at 2404 Ridge Avenue with the added stipulation that the typical front yard setback be increased such that any new construction on Lot 2 would not obstruct the view of the south wall of the original historic home as seen from Ridge Avenue.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
Elliot, second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. 5. Any opposed? Carl?
Carl.
Okay, thank you. Our next matter is 2727 Lincoln Street.
I think there's no say in there. When it-
Hi, I'm Donna Lee Floater, the architect for the project. This is our take two. If you remember, we were here last month. Would it be appropriate for me to give you paper copies of something that changed mildly since the thing we submitted to Carlos earlier?
Sure. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
And hi, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is David Stryker. I'm here with my wife, Jennifer. We're the homeowners and here to answer questions. We don't have any prepared remarks.
Thank you.
One of the things I wanted to add to what we mentioned last time was that the house appears to be a landmark due to a person who lived in it and not due to the design or age of the house itself. I found out that the second owner of the property was the creator of the Buck Rogers comic strip. And the History Center did not have any notes or descriptions of the house itself in its landmark note. So we are comfortable with the changes we're proposing. So since the last time we were here, we have a better 3D sketch. The one that I just handed out shows that the first floor will all be brick, which is consistent with the existing house, and the second floor stucco, which is consistent with the existing house. And this drawing shows the massing of the roof planes better than the drawing we had before. The other issue was a zoning variance. We're required to apply, or we are asking for a zoning variance for rear yard setback for the garage addition, which extends into the 30-foot rear yard setback. Our hardship in this case is that this house, among all others on the block, has a very large front yard. It's 10 to 12 feet beyond every other house on the block, so that it naturally has a shorter distance to the alley on the back. The existing garage was an addition in 1933, so we are just extending it farther to the alley over a portion of the yard that is currently driveway. So the additional impervious surfaces coverage is a wash. Just to be sure, because there were issues about water last time, the lot is rather large for Evanston, and this proposal is at 25% lot coverage and 34.5% impervious surfaces coverage, which is well below the allowed limits. Can I answer any questions? Trying to keep to my 2 minutes.
Oh, no, it's for the applicant. Take longer. Go ahead.
You can take longer.
Gee, thanks, Elliot.
I guess I'll ask, Ken brought it up too. Looking at the plans which you provided us, thankfully.
The ones that I just handed you?
Yes.
Okay.
Why is the garage as large as it is? It looks like it's about 30 feet deep.
It's close.
27.
Because the family who owns the house have children with bicycles, sports equipment, etc. And the mud room takes up what was most of the old garage. So if we met the setback, the back of the garage would be approximately where the little window is on the east side there.
You'd lose about
6.5 feet, yeah.
Yeah. But you seem to have enough room. I mean, given the size of the mudroom, I mean, that can shift back too. So I'm just curious. I mean, that's a zoning issue, admittedly. But we're going to have to make a recommendation to zoning as well.
Right, for the setback.
Yeah. So,
Were there other questions for the applicant? No? Okay, why don't you? Thank you.
All right.
Were there members of the public who had signed up to speak about this project? No? Okay. All right. Any further discussion by the commission?
Just a note that I also received some emails from neighbors in support of the application on this matter.
Can someone just remind me, what is the front yard setback, the averaging on the street? Donna, did you have that, the front yard setback of the average on the street?
I don't have the average. I have the list of all the ones I took. I didn't calculate an average, but I could come up with that for you pretty quick.
Do you want to just read the list?
The list, yeah. It's so running from the west side of the block, 49.2, 52.9. My client's house is at 63. Next door is 43.5, then 50.1, 38.7, and 49.7. So the closest one is a 52.9.
Thank you.
So.
Is there any other discussion? No. Would somebody like to make a motion?
well, I feel like making motions today. No.
Elliot, you want to go ahead?
I hate doing this. What are we on? Construction
and zoning. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. I move that we issue a certificate of appropriateness for 2727 Lincoln Avenue, case 19 PRES 0199, to construct a 1- and 2-story addition at the rear of the existing 2.5 brick and stucco single-family home that would also include a 1-story brick extension to the existing garage at the rear of the home. And in this case, I'm only dealing with the applicable standards of construction 1 through 5, 7, 8, 10 through 15. I think we've got to get into zoning separately or before. That's a recommendation. But I think we're still having to approve the.
Okay, so why don't we vote on the construction first?
Yeah.
So second, Sally. All in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? None opposed. And then do you want to just add on the
Yeah,
zoning
now that
recommendation?
we make a favorable recommendation, I move that we make a favorable recommendation for the same case for zoning under section 6-8-2.8. I think it's standards A and C.
For the
Correct.
setback.
For the setback.
A second, somebody, Julie? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ken opposed. Thank you. Okay, 1224 Oak Avenue.
I just don't understand.
Okay. I'm Noreen Edwards. My husband, Mark Metz, and I currently live at 2125 Sherman, but we did purchase this 2-flat. Can we move to the next slide?
Should be remote at the.
Oh, sorry. Yep, that's me. Okay. So I'm a landscape designer and contractor for 20 years. I also served on the Environment Board. My husband served for 10 years on the District 202 Board. We appreciate your service. We know that you're all volunteers, and we get that. Our daughter, who was here, and the twins, are going to live, if we get our plans done, on the first floor of the building, and we're going to live on the second floor of the building. She, my daughter Veronica Metz, and her husband would be owners of the building with us. So we're happy, we're very excited about that opportunity to age in place here and to have our children and grandchildren living with us. I think they must have left. But anyway, this is Donnelly Floater, who is our architect. And so anyway, we listened to you last month and we made some significant changes. I don't have the whole packet here. I just have a few slides that hopefully can explain the changes that we've made. Uh-oh, you have the wrong packet.
This is April 30th. Label date. No, no. It's this. Oh, wait a minute. I just it said Stryker. Oh, she said Stryker. Yeah, sorry.
Do I have what? I have my computer and a thumb drive I could load it onto, but it would take me a minute to do that.
Okay, go down that one.
Is that? That's it. Yay. Okay. Okay. Here's. So what are just to summarize what we want to do is to satisfy the parking requirement of a 3-car garage by building an attached garage on the rear of the building, on the alley. On top of the garage, we would put a rooftop deck and a small screen porch for the second floor living area. We would like to add 2 small bedrooms and a bathroom in the attic, provide outdoor living space for the first floor unit by having a small side deck. And we want to provide energy efficient windows and air conditioners. Our house is a masonry American 4-square with other details overlaid on top. The home on the top right, by the way, we used to live in. But I wanted to point out that that many American 4-squares have dormers on the front and the sides, and sometimes on the rear. So what other details does our building have? These are all details that we will restore and keep. The exposed rafter tails are all the way around the building, the classical columns on the front, and the beautiful wide front porch. The corbels supporting, there are 6 of them supporting the porch roof. The columns with the nice capitals, and there are 2 leaded glass windows. Those would remain, and we would restore all of these. And the nice oak front door, and you can see the dentals over the door. So those are over all the windows, too. So what are the changes to the building that we are seeking? Here's the 3Ds that we didn't have last month. We are going to put a 3-car garage on the rear, on the alley, with the 10-foot wide screen porch on top of it. So those windows are up there, are screens, not windows. And the open deck on the south side. The first modification we made since last month was to change we had transoms on the garage before, and we changed those to double hung so that they would match with the rest of the building. The other changes that we're seeking is we have to modify the roof line in order to, or we have to modify the pitch of the roof in order to have enough height in the attic. So we would be raising the roof 3 feet 2 inches and enlarging the existing side dormers. The second modification since last month, we determined that we could just keep the slope of the front plane of the roof at the existing 7/12 pitch. The rest of the roof would be at a 10/12 pitch. The chimney bay roof line stays the same. The height of the roof is code compliant. So the other big modifications that we also made were making the bedrooms in the attic substantially smaller, 3.5 feet smaller from front to back. So they're only 13 feet wide total, including the walls. They're set back a whole 32 feet from the front of the building. We also shrunk the rooms from east to west, allowing us to pull the roof back, or the dormer back from the edge of the roof 4 feet. So you can see in the floor plan at the top, the bedrooms are away from the edge of the roof. Decreasing the size of the dormers also allowed us to reduce the pitch or to increase the pitch on the dormer roofs. So going from a sort of flat 212 to a 412 pitch. And this is just the site plan that shows the dormers drawn in, and you can see on the alley the garage and the porch and the deck. Oh, you can also see, and I don't know is this the pointer? So the air conditioners are tucked in here behind the chimney bay. And this is the deck on the south side that is only 1.5 feet, 2 steps off the ground, and it is a full 32 feet from the front of the building, partially hidden by the chimney bay, partially hidden by the garage, and adjacent to the city park, so adjacent to a basketball court right there. The nearest neighbor, I mapped it out, is 100 feet away, the nearest residence. So the front, one side of the front, in order to give you context, I wanted to show an existing photo, and you can see, the only change from the front is the dormer on the right, which is set back so far that it's not very big. And here's the southern view from the front. So the back here is where the deck is, but I included these other photos so you can also, and these, so obviously in the summer there you won't see any of that, and this is from the park in the summer, and even in the winter there's viburnums here that have kept most of their leaves. And so you won't hardly see any of the first floor or any of the deck or the air conditioning even in the winter. The windows are almost all double hung. The one in the picture in the middle and the one on the right, the owners in the, I don't know what decade, closed in the rear porch and put on these windows. There's 2 of the one in the middle, 2 of the one on the right. So our plan was to replace those with double hung so that they would match with the rest of the building.
And fill in the whole area where there's siding shown.
Right.
So that would be.
Right, so we don't have that brown siding there. It would go. Okay, here are the 3Ds from the alley, and existing photos to give you a little context. The fence will go, currently the fence encroaches on the alley. You can't quite see it from this photo, but I found the hash marks in the alley, and it's a full 3 feet encroaching onto the alley. The new garage will actually be set 3 to 6 feet back from the alley. You can see the existing deck on the second floor, so the new deck would be the same height, same location, just extended out. So we're seeking 4 variances. We will comply with use. It will remain a 2-flat. We will comply with building height and impervious surface limits, and we will comply with the required parking. The 3 of the 4 variances are due to the new garage, which is required for the parking requirement. The 4th variance is for the deck on the south side next to the park. And I'm not even sure that the code would apply to this side yard setback because it's next to a park. It's not next to a residence, and the code is about residence. The lots on our side of Oak are shallow. So most properties on our side of Oak, and on Dempster are non-conforming on all or most of the same issues that we're seeking variances for. And when I reviewed I went to City Hall and looked through microfiche and found that the alley, the neighbor to the north of us that building's 38 feet tall. The neighbor across the alley is 45 feet tall. Here are other views on the alley. It's a little hard to see, but there's a coach house, a beautiful coach house, a beautiful building, but it's got big dormers in the attic of this coach house, and it's right on the alley. Then there's a 3-4 apartment building. This is looking north. And then there's I don't know if you call that a 2-story garage or a story and a half, but it's like 20 feet tall. That's 2 doors north of us. This is our next door neighbor. And I don't know, but this looks like an addition. And it's a 3-story addition with obvious not conforming things. And they have parking all the way across the rear that's just gravel. And frequently there's someone parked over here. So they have no rear yard. Various dormers. This one's on Dempster. On the alley, they have a deck on the alley and concrete parking on the alley and a staircase on the back. This one's on Ridge. They have no rear yard. So our garage and the small screen porch and open deck are much less obtrusive than many on this block. And we would be giving back public alley space by pushing the garage back further than where the fence is now. I included a couple of letters from neighbors, and I think Carlos got another one today, expressing support for our plans, and they are happy that homeowners will live in the building and maintain it going forward. So we made significant changes since last month, and we will comply with impervious surface and zoning and dormer and keep a multi-unit building, which I know the city is interested in maintaining multi-unit buildings as opposed to converting to single family, which is what some people might have done to this building, with minimal change to the front exterior of the building. We will provide the required parking. give outdoor living space to both units, and retain the beautiful and unique architectural elements and fine masonry work of this building. We've minimized changes in keeping with the character, architecture, the character of the neighborhood and the architecture of the building. We will restore a building that is currently in decline. Without homeowner occupancy, the building would likely fall further into decline. An investor is not going to spend money on restoring stuff that we will be restoring. And we are hoping to live in the building and age in place there, and are delighted to have the chance to do that with our children and grandchildren.
Not sure if you left any room for questions this time. Are there any questions?
Could we, I'm curious, Carlos, the packet we got is not the latest version?
No, they have, well, it is, but they have this.
It's the same, but I just edited it so that, for brevity, I didn't want to go through the whole thing.
The packet apparently has the same information, except
Yes.
that the presentation is a condensed version of your packet.
Correct.
So the drawings in the packet are the ones now being proposed as opposed to the previous ones? Sorry.
Is anything has changed in terms of the drawings? No, so they're
No.
the same drawings in
No,
the
all-
packet.
and
These are the new drawings.
Yes, that show the drawings that were submitted in time a week ago are the same. The attic's smaller, the dormers are smaller.
I also have slides of those in this packet if you want to see any of the floor plans. I
don't think we wanna see
included
the
it
floor plan.
so that we could
I
reference.
think we're trying to avoid floor plans, aren't we?
But I have them if you need them.
Could we see the elevations rather than the rendering?
The sketched elevations?
North, south, east, west? Not those. They're not.
No, I have everything.
Oh, good.
Yeah, no, here's.
There.
Sorry.
All right, so,
That's front existing and front proposed.
so wait, you said that you changed the roof, Donna?
Yeah, you know elevations are flattened views, so the dormers now are set in off the edge of the wall, and the pitch is steeper than we had proposed last time. When you look at the side elevations, they're also narrower across the face of them.
They're no longer in line with the side walls, is that right?
Correct. We moved them in order to get a steeper pitch on the roof.
But you've raised the main roof, right?
Yes. The existing roof only has 7 feet from
Let's see if this works.
top of the rafter to the top of the ridge now, so there would be no use of it.
I'll try. So this is
The
much
dotted
steeper.
line
That's the
there-
old, that's the old
Yes.
roof.
The dotted line is the existing roof, and then the steeper pitch is what we're
Yeah.
proposing.
Can we just keep going around the house?
Yeah.
Too bad we
That's
don't
the
have the
back.
one from last time. Can you go back to the west?
Okay. This thing doesn't.
You just had it.
There.
No, that's the old one, isn't it?
No, this is
I thought you
The-
changed the doors.
which doors?
Garage doors?
Garage doors? No, we did not change the garage doors. We changed the windows on the sides.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Which, we could show you that, but that would be
I
viewed
didn't
from the
think that's
side
what it was
elevations.
on the rendering.
The north and south.
Yeah.
We had transom windows in the garage, so they would have been, how do you work it?
This window.
They were in this portion of the wall here, a strip of a transom window, which was intended as a secure way to get light into the garage, but a suggestion last time was made that we modify that and use a double hung window, which is similar to what else is going on in the house. So we changed that to a lower down double hung window. Top is in line with the service door.
So what you're seeing, those are screens, that's what you're seeing.
Right, the part above is the screen porch, which is on top of the garage.
Okay.
Yeah, so is the dormer shorter?
Yes. both
Also
ways.
shorter.
We made it shorter and then pushed it back so the rooms are smaller, just to give it less view,
Yeah.
it's less easily seen from the street.
All right, what's the north side? That's probably the one that affects neighbors more.
And then
in the screen porch, which is above the garage there, we had what looked more like a transom window, a strip of narrow windows, and changed that to match the height of the double hung windows going across.
Those are screens?
Those
still?
are screens, that's the screen porch.
These are screens.
Because there's a house next door, we didn't want full screen wall.
So, so the siding is coplanar with the masonry?
Correct.
And just to confirm, thank you for shifting the dormers back in the, what is the distance again from, that you shifted, about 8 feet, did you say, or?
How far off the outside wall is the dormer?
Well, from where it was last, in the original plan.
It's shifted in 1.5 feet.
Oh, okay.
We had it lined vertically with the wall below, but there's a 2-foot overhang. So from the edge of the overhang, it appears farther set back.
But from the front facade?
Oh, from the front facade towards the dormer, 32 feet. It was 20-something.
20-something before,
so,
yeah. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
All right, go ahead and see. Thank you.
Thanks.
Were there any members of the public here to speak about this one? Any discussion? And I appreciate both the far greater clarity of the presentation and the fact that you really did scale it back to make it less of a change that was intrusive.
I guess I would just say that, well, it's like the mass of the house going from 3 feet, 30-foot setback to 3 feet that is something that, I don't know, that's a difficult one for me, but the siding and the masonry, and somehow you've got this addition on the back, but it's coplanar, and that's still, I just want to make sure that is still, we're still within the public way of judging this from the back, right? Just want to make sure. Okay. So I would just, just in terms of as if everyone's okay with the mass of this, then to think about the materials and the material shift and the change in the vocabulary.
I guess the other kind of more fine-grained detail that I question a little bit is, obviously it has a hip roof throughout currently, and this creates 2 gables facing the rear. Maybe for the upper attic level there's no choice because they're accommodating those interior spaces, but I don't know that it's necessary for the screen porch, and that kind of adds to the bulk and mass of that screen porch portion to have a gable roof on it.
Can we actually agree with you, and it just didn't get into the drawings today.
Can you please come to the mic?
The three of us.
We discussed that as a possibility, to have a hip roof, especially on the end of the screen porch. And that would make the massiveness on the alley a little bit less. So if that would be a condition of approval, we would change that. If we gabled, or if we took the gable out of the end, I'd have to do a standard dormer there to accommodate the stairs going up to the attic, which are on the back. Yeah, the current stairs are there, and we're keeping the stairs from the basement all the way up to the second floor are there now, and we're just continuing that up to the new attic space. So it would either need to be accommodated with a dormer or the gable end. So we could go either way.
I don't remember it well enough, but I thought the discussion the last time was also that if you tried to match the front roof, you'd lose all of the space that you're trying to generate on the
Because
third
we're
floor.
limiting the amount of habitable space in the attic,
Yeah.
we're not intending to push habitable space closer to the front of the house. We're keeping it to the back. The rooms don't need to be that big, so the design we're showing you is the smallest amount that would allow the use that the homeowners would intend, 2 small bedrooms and a bath in the attic, mainly towards the back of the house.
All right, we should move on to the rest of the agenda. I mean, we could include just some recommendations if that's okay. Conditioning it.
Conditioning what?
I mean, I think we could
Yeah.
approve the proposal this time. It's the second time, but if there are some recommendations you'd like to make in terms of some of these more nuanced changes, we could do that.
I just don't think it's a nuanced change that I'm
I
looking
know.
for. So basically, if you want to, I don't know, maybe it will move through with some language, but I guess we'll have to take a vote. So I don't know. Yeah, for me, this is really a problem of how you add on to this house and then suddenly completely change the vocabulary, but it's still like in the same plane, and the gable and the siding and the stair, that's a circular stair on the other side. So for me, it's not nuanced, but I'm one person on the commission, so.
Well, I guess you weren't here the last time, because I think there was discussion, if I'm not mistaken, about why the second floor didn't extend out over the garage, and it had to do with you wanting to have that, they wanted to have that outdoor porch, and that's what's generating the roof and the gables and the dormers.
That was here.
And I think that's part of it, but I guess your question is much more about the siding and some of the language as well.
I mean, this is a second.
It's like handsome mode.
I mean, is it out of the question to do a brick veneer on the addition and make it all brick? I mean, I think that goes to Julie's question, is the change from an entirely brick house to what looks like a detached garage that just collided.
Yeah, I'm Mark Betts. I'm Noreen's husband. We own the property. The only thing we worry about with some of those kind of things, we talked about that from the beginning. It'd be wonderful to do it all in brick, make it match and all that, but the cost, quite frankly. I mean, we're talking about a major renovation here, and our budget for this is going to be tight. And I would love to be able to do that in brick. If we get to the point where we get to the end and it's like, hey, we can afford this in our budget, we may come back and want to do it in brick, but I'd hate to have to be tied to that now, because it may not support it. I mean, there's financial realities here that are important.
I think there's actually an issue, Julie, and I guess because if you start looking at the Department of Interior standards and all the rest, it's not clear that having done it all in brick is actually completely appropriate as much as the massing. Aleka, you're probably...
Yeah. Want me to
I'm going to
chime
dump
in?
on you for that one.
I hear what you're saying, but in terms of, I think this is much more in line with the appropriate massing and keeping the character of the historic home. The fact that, particularly because we're talking about the rear elevation and from the front primary views, from standing there, you won't even really see that, the change in the materials. Plus, according to the Secretary of Interior standards, that allows us to see where the original house ended and the new structure began. But it's not that awful choice for.
I think that the massing works on this elevation. It's when you rotate it 180 degrees and you start to see what's happening where it's carved out for the screened porch and all the rest.
From the
and
rear.
that whole argument, from the, not only the rear, but even the south from the park, that argument of the massing doesn't quite work as well. That's the difficulty. This is effective here as long as we're just looking at the massing. And if we consider this and the east, the primary elevations, then you're probably all right. But, an awful lot of people will see it from the south.
The park is not part of the public way, right? We went over that last year.
Well, yeah, I don't know what's happened, Mark. And Scott, I think that parks are no longer public way.
That's correct. So it would be the view from Crane Street.
All right, well, yeah, I think I'm the one that raised the fact that it could be seen from Crane, so forgot. But I think that's the difficulty, is really that issue, Aleka, that it's the other side.
And I guess I still think that in this case it reads as, you can still read its historic massing and structure and see that there was an addition put on, but that doesn't, I still think with these adjustments you can read it as the historic structure and see where an addition was put on, but
You can on the first two floors. The roof is what confuses the issue. Because that's been modified. In fact, I had a question about that, Carlos, that we're only looking at the standards for construction, and I'm not sure we shouldn't also, I'm not sure it matters, but the standards for alteration as well, because this really constitutes an alteration for.
They're equivalent to each other.
Are they completely?
They're not identical.
Yeah.
They're basically the exact same substantive issues.
I think the construction standard covers most of the alteration standards, because we are looking at a substantial addition and we're talking about minimal alterations to the house itself.
All right, we better keep moving. I mean, would somebody like to make a motion, however? Ken, let's go ahead.
I move we issue a certificate of appropriateness for the project at 1224 Oak Avenue as presented, with the friendly suggestion that the rear roof line be reviewed and changed to a hip profile to match the historic configuration if feasible. Standards for construction 1 through 5, 7, 8, and 10 through 15 apply.
A second? Leka, second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, all opposed? 3.
4 to 3.
Carries 4 to 3. And then if you could add on the zoning recommendation.
So I move that we provide a favorable recommendation to the zoning board, standards for the various zoning variations that would be needed for the project. Standards A and C apply.
Second? Elliot seconds. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Same for and opposed. Carl, Sally, and Julie opposed. Okay, thank you. All right, why don't we do one more matter and then take a brief break. So we'll do 2390 Orrington Avenue. So Mr. Ballesteri.
So I just have one tweak that we made. We just gave some information on materials that are using.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
So we're building a single-family house on 2390 Orrington. We presented on this a couple of months ago, and we went back and we got some recommendations from you guys, and we tweaked the plans accordingly. So this is what we did is we reduced the size of the house. We got some comments that a covered front porch is very almost standard in the area, and then the mass of the structure was a little bit too large. We reduced the window fenestrations, the window size discrepancies. We softened the colors of the cedar lap siding. I think that was most of it. Oh, and then I brought some samples for you guys too, because you guys wanted to see the samples, the materials. So this is the floor plan. Main floor obviously shrunk a little bit in order to meet the code for the zoning analysis with that covered front porch. The windows we made more uniform, like I said. Added the covered front porch on there. It's brick siding, cedar lap siding. Brick base, cedar lap siding, using a wood window, a clad wood window, and 30-year architectural fiberglass shingles. It's a prairie-style house, which is obviously really, significant to Evanston with the prairie-style casement windows and prairie-style grids. So here's the view from the Orrington. And then this is the corner of Orrington and Lincoln. And here's the view from Lincoln. I think that's... I haven't seen these. Okay. So I brought samples, like I said, if you guys want to see those now or if you wanted to take questions first.
Sure, you can show the samples.
This is the cedar lap siding. This is the cedar. Yes, it's supposed to be.
Mark. Excuse me, Mark.
Thank you.
Excuse me, did you choose a color or
So it's this color right here is pewter. It's bigger, it's a little darker than that.
pewter?
That's the roof?
Yes.
Okay.
It actually looks closer to this color, but this will sample. No, that's not color. That's a sample. That's just the actual.
So the color will be more as in the color will be more as in the rendering?
Yeah, there's an image, there's another page there.
Okay, thank you. All right, did we have questions from the commission members, commissioners?
This is what we got the emails regarding the oak trees, this project. Okay.
Yes, all the emails we receive, and including 5 more between yesterday and today, and we're asking the commission to protect the trees or deny the application to protect the trees.
And we will hear both any members of the public who wish to speak, and then afterwards we can just run through what the ordinance says and what the potential issues for us are.
So I have a question. So in regards to the trees, so you had an arborist. Do you have an arborist report? And I see you're removing one tree, and how are you protecting the one adjacent to it?
It's in the back of the, yeah.
If possible.
That's in this executive one. It's in the report, and then there's also a page here at the end.
Okay.
That talks about the actual physical protection of it. So this is more how to what we use to strengthen the root systems.
Joe, when you have a chance, can you go back to the mic and maybe just repeat what you're just telling the commissioners at this time?
Yeah, I mean, maybe you should talk about, since we know that many people have issues with removing any of the trees and protection of the trees, maybe that's something you need to just address regarding this report.
So if you want to go through the report, go through the size of the trees. What we were asked to do was ask for his recommendation or his analysis of how far back that old Kendall College foundation went into the lot, because that's likely where the root system dies, and so that's what we got, and that's what he confirmed here. His recommendation based on this, in order to have a shot at saving one of the trees, is cutting one of them down, installing tree protection fencing around the tree to limit soil compaction and root damage, root pruning along the area where the new foundation will be dug, giving the tree Cambistat growth regulator to help combat any potential damage done to the root system, fertilizing before construction, and once construction is completed, performing a systemic soil drench to protect against secondary invaders, pruning the dead hazardous limbs on the tree as it is. And then in this big packet over here, I included first the summary where it says, keep if possible. And really we heard that it's not possible. And then the page after that, you'll see where that old foundation system is on that lot. So that's the actual, survey from Kendall College.
So where does the keep if possible note come from?
On the report.
What was the genesis of that?
It was the Parkway tree summary page of what we were, when we submitted this for approval, and what we were going to keep. It says existing trees to be removed, existing trees to remain, and then these two are circled and say existing on-site trees to remain if possible.
Okay, so that was like the agreement with the city in 2011?
Yeah. It was 2011, yep.
Yeah, okay.
think that was part of the approval of the entire subdivision.
Right, I think that's right. Okay, are there questions from the commission about building or anything else?
Well, it seems to me that we really need to resolve the tree issue because.
We'll talk about it.
Well, no,
why
but I
don't we
think that
just-
determines the house.
Yeah.
Right, well, why don't we just ask,
Okay.
I mean, we're at the stage now, we're still asking if we have actually questions for the applicant, and then we'll have, again, we'll have members of the public speak. We'll have an attorney from the city just go over the tree ordinance and all the just kind of history behind how the decision was made by the city in the first place, and then we can have a discussion. But are there questions for the applicant at this point?
I would like you to just kind of show the site plan and briefly walk through what the lot dimensions are, where the building's positioned, what the setbacks are.
And also, in terms of what Ken said, can you also just orient us back to the existing Kendall College Foundation and how it overlaps onto the site plan that we have? I'm just trying to orient myself, so maybe you could talk about that too.
How do we get that laser on here? This one? So this is facing Lincoln, obviously. That way is facing Orrington.
Could you speak into the microphone,
Sorry.
please? Thank you.
That way is Lincoln up there. This way is Orrington. This is the front of the house that you see in the elevation with the covered front porch. This is the rear with the garage. The Kendall College went basically this way and down. So when you look at that, I think it's the third to last page, it takes up, a good part of, where the existing foundation is.
I'm not sure it's even that far north. Because the drawing shows it as being about 42 feet from the sidewalk or the property line.
So what
You've
is
got
it?
about 15 feet to your building line, and then you've got roughly about another 30 feet. It's roughly the line between what I guess is your kitchen and your living room or whatever it is. Julie, I think it's somewhere. I can't make this work.
Okay.
Can't aim it. Yeah, it's to the south wall of that kitchen. More or less, it's down about there. No, it's about there in the north-south direction, and it's in about 80 feet, so it's pretty far in.
Okay.
It's almost out in the driveway. You go in, that's 82 feet, isn't it?
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not sure if he answered your questions, Ken, about the site.
And what are the setbacks of the building as proposed compared to typical zoning?
Okay, so the setbacks, we got 15 feet on this side. This is 24 feet from the front of the porch. And then it is 5 feet on the side over here.
So the 15 on the north is what you're allowed because the front is considered Orrington, is that correct, Scott?
Yeah, so here's the actual.
Yes, it'd be the 27-foot setback from Warrington and then 15 from Lincoln. It's a street side yard.
It's the corner lot, it's allowed the 15, is that it?
Yes, it's a street side yard.
Summary.
And the houses further to the west are back to 27 feet. Or they're already facing Lincoln, correct?
Right.
Yeah, okay.
All right, are there any comments? I'm sorry, not comments. Are there any other questions before we move on to the public comment, and then we'll come back for discussion?
So one tree is getting cut down?
Yes.
Okay, well, we'll be back to the commissioner. So why don't you have a seat, and maybe we'll just try to go down the list of people who signed up, and I'm in some cases I know who spoke on one of the prior matters, and some I don't. Is Peter Miller here to speak about this, or?
No, he was earlier.
Okay, all right. Do you know? Okay. Leslie Shad, go ahead.
So I'm Leslie Shad. I live in Evanston, and I lead Natural Habitat Evanston. I really appreciate your allowing me to speak, and I just am speaking in behalf of the trees in this issue and asking that the COA be denied for preservation of historic landscape masses and reconsideration by the architect. I went by the property today. Just quick points, a few quick points. I went by the property today, and I just want to mention that the 55-inch 330-year-old bur oak that was protected for Kendall College is in really poor shape. It's obviously been impacted by the alley and the traffic. In terms of preserving trees, what our success rate is not great on this lot. It has water spouts indicating stress. It's dying branches. It's just not in good shape. And so I just want to argue for, and it's fairly close to the neighboring house. So when we're talking about, cutting back a significant amount of existing roots from the Kendall College Foundation, it really is a hit to these trees. Cutting away one tree, it's great that he's cut it back to save one tree, but you know what? They're both going to die. They're very much interrelated roots on trees this big and this old, so I'm just doing a pitch to try to save both the trees. Apart from that, the other points I was going to mention is the climate action plan calling for these preservation, and then also that, you guys are historic preservation. These are 300-year-old, that's the existing tree, and these other trees are 200 and 230 years old. And I'm just doing a pitch for history. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Was Michael Robbins? Are you?
Signed up by accident.
Okay, all right, thank you. Gino, Joe. Andrew Yun, set to speak about this matter, or?
Good evening, Commission members. I live on Lot 13 of the Kendall property.
If you could just state your name for the
My name is Andrew Yoon.
Thank you.
I live on Lot 13. And I apologize in advance if this line of commentary is more appropriate for a different forum, but I do have concerns based on the history of the developer and the quality of workmanship. Some of us have lived on the property and in their homes for about 4 to 5 years now. I'll just say in brief, there have been myriad issues with workmanship, issues with roofing and foundation that I'd urge the Commission to consider in terms of kind of the accountability or lack thereof in sort of operational diligence in the quality of their workmanship that may compromise not only the quality of the actual property, but the removal of the tree and the effect that it would have on the remaining one. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Looks like Fred Gale. No, apologize if I'm butchering names. John Holbert, is that to speak about this matter? No, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. We're going to have a different forum next time. Adam Klinger? No. Okay, I think Ed was speak about his matter. Ada Young, wish to speak about this matter, please.
Thank you. My name is Ada Young. I live at 708 Lincoln Street, which is adjacent to this property. I've been there for 5 years, and I live in one of the houses that were built by the developer. Referencing the Nels Johnson tree expert, which was hired by the developer back in December 19, 2018, it did say that the bur oak on the north was healthy, or is healthy, as well as the south oak, the second bur tree, is also in good condition. They said the proposed construction and digging of the new foundation will have major impact to the health and structural stability of the second tree. This tree shares a common root system of the oak tree to the north. So they are proposing we rip down the south tree and giving a chance, a small chance, that the north bird oak tree will live. And I think we can do better than give a small chance for the north oak tree to live. Trees on private property should be preserved to the extent feasible. Old trees are irreplaceable, a focal point to the character of Evanston, because it is in a historic district and because streetscapes in the district provide context. It falls within the commission's authority to deny the certificate of appropriateness based on these standards. I also have questions about the colors of the exterior of the house, which is dark, reddish, brown colors, which is very similar to the house immediate south of it and immediately north across the street. Also, I have questions about the fencing. All the houses on the block that developer did, except for one on the corner, has backyard fencing. The renderings do not show any fencing. I want to know how that will look, or if it will impact any of the existing oak trees as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, it looks like Rick, but the last name is worse than my writing. No? Okay. Looks like two people, Michael and Nancy, signed up. Is that for this matter?
Good evening. My name is Michael Wazalewski, and my wife and I, Nancy and I, live at 2380 Orrington, right next to this lot. First of all, I want to say that I have no real objections to having a house on that lot, but I do want to bring up some points. Number one, I want to bring up the tree issue, of course, because it's clear that the trees will be impacted significantly by building this house in the current configuration. Moreover, what's going to be impacted is essentially the look of the neighborhood, the look of Lincoln Avenue, or Lincoln Street, I should say, in particular. Basically, from a historic preservation standpoint, I think it'll be a significant negative in that respect. Second point I want to make has to do with what's been presented here. Mr. Balistreri showed a rendering that actually is not the same as what he just presented to you with regard to cedar combined with brick. The rendering that was on the slideshow is different. And so the question is, which system or which set of materials are they really going to use? Our house is a darkish red brick. And as was already mentioned by Ada Young, the house across the street on Lincoln is also darkish red brick. When this development was originally conceived, this commission, I believe, required that there was going to be diversity with regard to the types and styles of exterior elevation. And so that was in fact carried out throughout the subdivision, and it's not clear to me why, in this particular instance, it's being violated. Third point is the setback. This is a technical detail, but if you take a look at the setbacks of all the houses the developer built on Orrington, they're all 28.5 feet. So this house is going to be right up against the 27-foot limit. And so as a consequence, it's going to change the look of Orrington considerably. So with that, I'll finish. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I don't know if this is to speak about another matter. Veronica Francisco. Maybe that was an earlier matter.
Yep, it's
Beth Bowden? No? Okay. And Alderman Fisk.
Could I let Ms. Blackwood stay before she arrives too late to sign up?
Sure, okay. Did you sign up on?
I signed up this sheet.
That's what I thought. Okay, go ahead.
I'm Camille Blackowitz. I live at 806 Colfax.
I am addressing the possible removal of trees, and I'm going to skip the things that were so ably already discussed. I would like to point out, to be brief, I had 4 points, I'm down to 2 now. So, you're charged with preserving the landmass, and trees are an important part of the landmass, and healthy 200-year-old oaks are irreplaceable. That's been made clear. One thing that has not been mentioned is that Evanston is an important stop on the migratory bird flyway, and the formation of those trees are significant markers for the migration for the birds to get where they need to go. Also, on a economic note, we've developed quite a bit of ornithological tourism in Evanston, believe it or not. That brings in revenue, and it's important to us. The last thing I want to mention is something that I've researched since the last meeting at which I spoke. I researched all the heritage tree policies of our surrounding communities, which include Wilmette, Winnetka, Glencoe, Highland Park, Lake Forest, and also Deerfield, Northbrook, Skokie, Glenview. Not one of those policies would allow the removal of these trees. Not one. I was asked about my interest by some of the clerks that I talked to when I was doing this research, and I explained the process and what was happening here, and she said, "Oh, I can't believe that's happening in Evanston. What's happening there?" And I agreed with her that it was very unusual. I believe that retaining the view of Evanston as an environmentally forward community calls on your committee to enact your charge and reject this and any subsequent plans with the required removal of any heritage trees. You have to just reject those tree removals. I know you have a really hard job. I know you've been very diligent in looking at this issue. I appreciate the chance to speak again. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so our last speaker signed up is Alderman Fisk.
Good evening, everyone, and again, thank you for your service. I'm Judy Fisk. I'm First Ward Alderman. I'm also one of the authors of the Northeast Evanston Historic District, both the National Register and the City of Evanston Historic District. I will start out by saying that the reason why I'm speaking here tonight, there are council rules that allow me to come and talk to you when you're the final authority in determining what happens with this property. So otherwise, I had opinions on other things that you were reviewing tonight, but it sat still and was silent on those because those will come to council. So this is a little bit frustrating because I see an opportunity here that I think is being lost, and it's like talking to literally a brick wall. This is the prime site for this particular block. It's really important. Diagonally across, you see the Grosse Pointe Lighthouse across Longfield. And those oak trees are a historic part of this property. As all of you know that have worked in historic preservation, historic districts always consider the streetscape, landscape masses, the general character and context of a district. And that's why these trees are important. The fact is that when Kendall College was there, there was a foundation, and the tree roots, of course, stopped at the foundation, and the hope was that a building could be built here before those roots had a chance to migrate, and that hasn't happened. But it doesn't mean that it can't happen now with careful stewardship and root pruning. That root pruning should occur 1 year and then come back the next year and do construction. The other point that I think that we've been trying to make all along is that this particular location gives an opportunity to design a really cool house that maybe with a partial basement, maybe not quite as large as the other houses on the block, but what is being proposed tonight is too big. It is simply too big for this site. Because of the conversation and because there is a concern throughout the city of Evanston about the loss of historic trees on private property, we are moving forward with to amend the tree ordinance to identify heritage trees. And if there was ever a heritage tree, these are heritage trees. As Ms. Shad said, the one tree that the city was able to protect is in the middle of what would be a continuation of that alley. The reason why we could protect that is that the alley is city property. What we had to do with the developer when the plat of subdivision was presented was to put in the if possibles, and those if possibles are serious. There were trees that were on the site that were all protected when the plat of survey was passed, and all of them are gone now. So if we don't protect these trees, certainly one tree will go. The tree that it shares the root system with will go, and the tree that Ms. Shad referred to, which is the oldest 350-year-old oak, will probably go as well. That's just not the right thing to do, and we have to balance historic preservation interests against, of course, the interests of developers, and allow them to build something, but allow them to build something that is consistent with the intent of not only the historic preservation ordinance, but the intent of the community's will. I know that you guys have heard instances of other properties where historic trees are coming down, and those trees, we've lost those trees. So we're working hard at council to try to protect them, and we need your cooperation to do that. So I would ask you to think creatively with this developer so that they're able to do what they want to do on that site, but give both of those trees a chance, because you've been out there, you've seen it. I know you make site visits, and you know how close those trees are together. If you take one down, the other one's going to go as well. So I know I'm asking a lot of you, and I'm sure that our Corporation Council will discuss where the heritage tree ordinance is right now, but we all need to get together on this. Kumar was up here at the beginning of your meeting talking about your subcommittee, talking about climate change and the things that you can do. Trees are a part of that. It's not just solar panels on the roof. It's we need your input on keeping our climate consistent with historic preservation and keeping our big trees in place. So I'm here if you have any questions. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Okay, since all of us are need to know, I guess, what we can about the legal framework. The City Attorney DuBose will, I think, describe to us the agreement the city made with the developer, the tree ordinance that is now in effect. I guess anything you want to say, if you know about the proposed ordinance, and then I guess anything about the preservation ordinance covering trees or not that you're able to say.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Simon, members of the Commission, Assistant City Attorney DuBose. Based on our discussion earlier this week, I went back and pulled the resolution that approved the subdivision for this, the Kendall College subdivision. And what's been referenced here tonight through Alderman Fisk and through other people is correct, that as part of the subdivision, the city entered into a tree preservation plan with the developer. It's an attachment to Resolution 13R11. It contains a site map and identifies trees in basically 3 different colors: red, green, and gray. Red being existing trees to be removed, green being existing trees to remain, and gray being existing on-site trees to remain if possible. And I think the developer mentioned that earlier. I believe staff, I believe staff has actually gone out and counted how many trees are currently there. I don't know if we know the health of the ones that are the if possible trees. but I do believe they were counted. And Alderman Fisk also brought up the one tree that it looks like City Council actually amended or added a new section to the ordinance specifying the tree that Alderman Fisk indicated that they wish to specifically save, which was different than the original submission. Contemporaneously, first of all, this was adopted March 28, 2011. Contemporaneously, the tree preservation ordinance was adopted. Then this is not part of the Preservation Commission, obviously. You would all be familiar with this portion of the code if it was. But it sets out the rules and regulations in which trees in Evanston more or less can be removed in certain situations. They will need to be replaced by I believe it's 150% of the caliber. We believe that this ordinance would apply, that it was passed contemporaneously, but obviously that is not part of the Preservation Commission. I know Alderman Fisk mentioned that there is work on an ordinance going on. I don't know. It is not been brought to my attention where that is in terms of where it's going to go, if it's a part of your jurisdiction or if it's going to be part of another staff's jurisdiction. But that is definitely true that the staff is working on a heritage tree ordinance or improving the tree preservation ordinance. But again, unfortunately, we can't rule on legislation that hasn't been passed quite yet. Now, with regards to your standards, I believe the ones that has come up the most is the walls of continuity, which is number 9 for the standards of review for construction. And it says that facades and property and site structures such as masonry walls, fences, and landscape masses shall, when it's characteristic of the area, form cohesive walls of enclosure along a street to ensure visual compatibility with the property, structures, sites, public ways, objects, and places which such elements are visually related. So that's the section that most people have been referring to. There's not a great deal of case law on this, or not a great deal, hardly any, but that seems to be the section that people are talking about the most. So I can, if someone has specific questions about that, I'm happy to go into it. But
just to go back, so when the city council passed the resolution at the time of the plat of subdivision, this tree was you said the ordinance had been amended, but in the end, this was one of those trees that was stated as to be saved if feasible?
That's correct. The three tree, and I don't know if you can get the picture back up, but we can show it. The 3 trees on lot 8, the 2 that appear, at least in the picture, to be connected, are grayed out and as existing if possible. And then the trees, I guess, what would be on the northeast corner that's inside of the sidewalk, that is also marked to remain if possible. All of the trees in the public right-of-way are trees that will remain. And then the tree that Alderman Fisk was referring to, which is basically where the alley would be, there was one to remain and one to be removed.
Okay, then I don't know if this is part of the ordinance or not, but are there steps that are supposed to be taken, filing of a plan or something as to a tree that's to be saved if feasible?
No.
Okay. And then the tree ordinance was passed, I guess, the same night, the existing tree ordinance, which my recollection doesn't prevent removal of trees on private property currently, but I think, again, maybe it calls for some kind of filing of a it takes for some mitigating steps to be taken. I don't know if that applies since it was passed at the same time or not.
It would apply, but so it's not the tree preservation ordinance as of right now doesn't necessarily prevent trees from being removed, but you have to replace them, or some number of trees that make up the same diameter or caliper. So again, that's not necessarily. There is a process for that that is with our Public Works Department. So it's not necessarily satisfying. I understand for everyone, but that's just kind of where our laws sit today.
Okay, so I mean, this isn't maybe a legal question, but do we know whether the requirements of the current ordinance are being complied with, or, I mean, I don't know if you file documents and can answer, I mean, come up here if you can answer.
Can you repeat the question?
So there are steps required for removal of the tree that's being removed for sure, under the current ordinance. Do you know where things sit in that process, or?
Yeah, so we're preserving 3 out of the 4 trees that, are removed if possible. And when we met with the arborist, I want to say this was in a few months ago, he gave us the ordinance of, I think it's 120%, 125% of the caliper, if I remember correctly. I know Scott and Carlos were in it. And so we asked him the species they would like, and he kind of gave us a list of species that Evanston, they do really well in the Evanston soil conditions, and they're kind of in need in the area. So.
Okay. As to the tree that you're trying to preserve, is there any kind of plan presented? I mean, I know you've got, you've furnished us this letter from Nels Johnson, but is that filed with the city? Is that something the city arborist
I've sent that
is
over.
Reviewing, or?
I've sent that over, and then the last page of that pamphlet has a protection plan for the tree, and how we're going to fence it off, and what we're going to do to it. So
do we know if the city arborist, I don't know if anybody knows if the city arborist is reviewing that and has to approve it? I don't know if we have that, Carlos.
I don't have the information.
So, but anyway, what you know is the city arborist has your plan for?
Yeah, he has the, he gave me the recommendations for, the species of trees, and then they've, I forwarded the Nels Johnson letter. There's, I don't know how much he would have done before knowing what was going to happen here today, but this was months ago. It was before my first meeting here.
Okay. Yeah, I know, I'm not familiar with the tree ordinance, so I don't know what it actually requires it be filed with them or not.
Before he can take any action, a permit has to be issued. So under City Code Section 783, it's unlawful for any person to plant, remove, trim, spray, or otherwise. Oh, well, I'm sorry, that's on a parkway. But I believe that he does have to have I can pull the code section, but it's have a permit to actually review it. It has to actually go all the way through.
Okay.
This is just, so I'm just looking at this subdivision plat, and I'm just wondering, I mean, the way it locates these, it's peculiar. Existing on-site trees to remain if possible, so those 2 trees they're all like pushed over to the lot line. I think that's the lot line, right, of the subdivision. But then on so I guess it's just curious to me, like, where these trees really fall and how far away can you, I mean, really.
They're on the site plan.
I know, but I was looking at look at the subdivision, like where they are. Look at, those are yeah, I know what they are, but I'm just looking at how this was put together. So I guess my question is, so you have to be, in terms of changing the plan and the plan of the house, and because we're trying to save a tree, and you have this bay, and I mean, the design is, I'm just wondering, can't the design be modified so you don't have this issue? It's maybe longer and narrower, and I don't know, because we're dealing with these two trees, and
Yeah,
I mean, it's like you're developing this. Okay, that's probably not my jurisdiction, but I'm just saying you're
frustrating for us
developing the
to, I'll tell
property,
you.
and and it seems that there's public outcry to save the trees, which seems, I'm speaking for myself, reasonable, and it looks like you have kind of worked around one tree, and then you have this bay popping out. So, can't the design be modified?
That was us modifying by putting that bay in there. So the lots aren't inexpensive. So if
yes, I understand.
If the root system goes all the way back to here, there's nothing really feasible to build that is going to at least not let us lose too much money on it.
Yes.
If we would have known this tree had to have been saved, we would have just replatted the subdivision. But we platted the subdivision like this for a reason, assuming that we could build some sort of house and get some sort of return on our investment. But this has been a 5-year process.
See, it just doesn't. I was just looking at the plat showing the trees to be saved, and then your actual drawing, and it's like they don't look like they fall in the same place. But that plat was made a long time ago, so I don't even know how they were.
Was it the Evans or the Kendall College one?
Yeah.
I think there's like a sidewalk that throws you off on it.
I mean, they're just a lot closer. So anyway, okay.
So wouldn't it be possible to shrink the house a little bit, even if the chances of saving the roots in the future might still have the same outcome?
So you're saying shrink it a little bit and then build the house with saving both trees? Then what happens when the tree dies and, falls on the house?
And you've done a little bit more to try.
I think one of the things that we need to look at is if we're operating with the idea that we want a 16-foot diameter, that seems to be the operable root diameter. Is that pretty much all of the drawings show the 12 and 16-foot radius?
That's the protection.
And if you overlay it on the tree that we're talking about, this house would be cut all the way back to the face of the garage wall. Sally, just so you know. It is. I just overlaid it in scale. So it would actually, all of what you see there, it's not the bay. It would be all the way, if you go to 16 feet from that tree, you're pretty much, the entire kitchen is out. It's pretty much up to the old foundation of the Kendall building.
I mean, I would argue that, because it's a corner lot, I know that on the Lincoln Street side, the setback zoning isn't as far, but from a streetscape preservation perspective, it would be nice to move that back to be more in line with the streetscape of Lincoln Street anyway, so that it's not, because it looks like it's projecting, because it's the Lincoln Street is the side zoning setback.
Yeah, I thought that initially, and then when I went out and looked at it, again, it cuts off. The corner lots are, it's in line with the houses on Orrington, out Lincoln. You cut out like half the house. There's just an insufficient site to do that, to put it in line with the houses in Lincoln.
But didn't somebody else who spoke from the audience say that this is 2 feet more, that everything is 27 feet back on the other side, and this is only 25?
That's on this.
No.
Yeah.
This one's 27.
Basically, on the Orrington side,
It's on Orrington.
existing development is 28 and a half foot setback, whereas this house will push forward on the Orrington side is 27. So it juts out another 1.5 on the Orrington side, minus the porch.
Thank you, that's what I was trying to remember.
Yeah, it wouldn't help with the tree, though.
I mean,
I think taking into consideration that porch.
The bottom line here is that there's certain zoning setbacks, 15 feet on the north for the side facing the street, 27 feet to Orrington, 5 feet from the south line. You're kind of maximizing that envelope, and you're allowed to cover 30% of the lot, and you're covering 29 point some fraction of the lot. It's everything about this is being done to maximize the size of the house and the footprint of the house, and saving the trees is a bit of an afterthought. And I think what we're getting at is that these trees are an important landscape feature defining the wall of the street along Lincoln, and you can't build the maximum the zoning footprint would say in the way that you're doing it. I don't see how I can approve this design given standard number 9 and what we're hearing.
Were there any other questions, and then we can finish the discussion? Okay,
No,
which of it?
I wanted to make a couple comments people said, and I think we have to clarify that those aren't within our purview. The color, I mean, somebody raised the issue of the color, and we really don't have a say on the color.
I did that as well. Basically, it was a disconnect between what was shown on the renderings and what was just presented with regard to the drawing. So we would like clarification as to what was put into the color. Because the cedar is not shown on these.
I thought it really was. It looked like the cedar was the same color as the brick is the problem.
Yeah.
But I think that is cedar there, believe it or not. If you look, well.
Yeah, it's labeled. That's it right there.
As far as we can tell. But the difficulty is that color isn't something that we have any say on.
The same as two houses on either side of the
I was curious from the people who live there, and I guess that's those who, I mean, there was some comment about some of these trees aren't doing well. How are all those other trees that were originally marked as being green to be saved, how are they doing 5 or X number of years later?
Well, I mean, I think that was me who said that. The tree that seems to be failing is the one on the alley. The other 2 trees, they seem like they're doing well. I mean, they look healthy compared to the.
Excuse me, I think you need to come to the podium so people can hear what you're saying. I understand, but for the benefit of people who are watching too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I'm Leslie Shad, and I'm from Natural Habitat Evanston. I'm a tree keeper, but I'm not an arborist. So, you know, and Michael Callahan is the city arborist, and he would be fantastic to, you know, advise you in this. But anyway, it appears to me that the tree that was designated to be saved is not doing well. But it's an old tree, and it's not the one that we're talking about here. There are 2 other trees are the ones that we're talking about, and they do seem to be in good shape to me. And they are the ones that are 200, you know, I think 190 to 230 years old. So yeah, that's.
What about the one on the corner? There's one in the corner of the lot that.
Is that on the Parkway?
No.
Oh, there's a red oak. There's a red oak. I was just there today, so I'm just from memory. There's a red oak in the corner. Yes, there. That appears to be also doing fine, and I even have the inches of it. It's a pretty big tree also. 34 inches or something.
Leslie, which is the one that you're just,
species.
that wasn't doing, you can just point to it.
Yeah, so this guy is not doing well. It has a lot of water spouts, which means stress on the tree, and it has some dead, a bunch of dead limbs.
I was talking about this one.
This one looks to be fine. It's a red oak, as far as we can tell.
Well, they're all listed as being the same species according to
They're all
the.
oaks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Responsibility is it with the tree in the alley to help it if it's not doing well?
it's an alley tree.
City?
A city, I think.
So what, and
Well, but the problem is if its roots have been cut by the house, all I'm saying is I think I perceive the same future for these two trees. It was probably they tried to preserve it, and I totally think that Nels Johnson is a good firm, and they say, maybe there's a hope to save one of them if you give it antibiotics, which is what they're talking about, basically trying to, cut its roots and give it antibiotics, give it a drench. But, the likelihood that you're going to do that is slim with this size of a footprint and this much of damage to the roots. That's the way I read this and what I believe them to be saying.
I mean, has anybody considered, because it has been done, and I won't get into the precedent because I know of it, that Lincoln become the front yard and Orrington become the, let's call it the street side yard, which deals with the problem of pushing it in another 12 feet. It still isn't going to solve all the problems. We're still going to be close to that tree. But you're gaining, theoretically, well, not quite 12 feet, depending on how he's got it there, but, I mean, there's nothing that says one or the other can be the front yard.
Yeah, it's just narrow.
One of your aldermen grew up in one that was done that way, only because further west on Lincoln, I was involved in when we switched front to front. So I know which one was the front and which was the side yard.
If I may, zoning looks at the corner lots, and typically the narrower side would be the front, not the wider.
Yeah, I mean,
so if we ask the applicant to do that,
I can't guarantee it's going to save.
I don't think if necessarily that zoning would be compliant.
Well, it's
right. But I just want to highlight that there's other issues that need to be considered.
We couldn't do it ourselves.
No, we can't.
I think to some extent this choice is binary. I mean, either the only 100% sure way to, or even 90% sure way to, maybe 70% sure way is to not build the house, is to have a vacant lot, which probably is beyond what we can do since the city agreed in 2011 that a house could be built. So I think the best we're going to do is perhaps some kind of something that creates a little more space and a greater chance.
Or can't they give him some kind of variance? Because if he saves all the trees, like that house that got 15% extra lot coverage, that thing, but we can't give this developer a break to let him save the trees. You know what I mean? Give him an incentive to save the trees. Let him do something that he normally wouldn't be able to do. I mean, that house on Oak Street got a 15%. They're basically covering the entire yard. No yard at all. 15% over what it should be. And let this person have some kind of variance so he can keep if he keeps all the trees.
I mean, I don't disagree with that. I mean, I think I'd like to see a version where setbacks around the trees are maximized, and even if there's a zoning variance required for building something more to the southwest corner of the lot, that'd be considered.
I totally agree. But, it's like the design problem would be you're going to save the trees and you're going to do a design that maximizes what you need to do to sell your property, and look at the issue of the variances that you might need. And then, hopefully we can work together or, with zoning so that zoning would understand those issues as well. mean, not, so.
Is there any way we can even, is there somebody we can even approach at zoning about feasibility of doing this? I mean, let's go through hearings.
Yeah, I mean, it would depend on the type of variation and the degree of it. It'd either be determined as a minor variation by the zoning administrator with the ability to be appealed to zoning board of appeals, or for major variations, it'd be up to the zoning board of appeals. And as you know, this body makes recommendations to the ZBA on variations.
Is there anyone at the city who generally would be in a position to at least discuss the matter about, versus the entire commission?
Is that Melissa, Scott?
Yeah, it would depend on what the site plan is for what the variation is and who the determining body would be. We would have to, there's a process for all those, would be involving notice.
I guess I just meant whether we thought there was any way to get any kind of indication as to feasibility, or whether they would just say, no, that's just not something we'd be willing to do.
I think without an application, I don't think we'd be able to go there. It would be akin to asking, staff to tell someone how the Preservation Commission will rule on something.
Right.
I just think this is a unique corner lot with these trees, and so why wouldn't we make a recommendation? I mean, why wouldn't we make a recommendation from Preservation for zoning to, to keep the trees, and if that was something that the builder would look at.
I'm sorry, could you return to that?
Well, it isn't, because it was platted that way. So, this is, at the end of the day, we have to sell the property. If we have, we get a variance, when all of a sudden we're trying to sell a house that's 6 feet this way in front of the other ones, it's not fair to us financially. If we would have known this was the issue, we would have replatted the property and maximized the other lots. Now we have a very expensive lot sitting there. We're paying a lot of interest on it for a lot of years, and we need to do something, whether it's build a house or the city of Evanston is interested in buying it from us.
You might just have a buyer who wants to have a beautiful corner house with all those trees in the corner. That might be a big selling point. I really like Carl's idea of incentivizing this and working with the city, because this might be a step to be considered going forward as you're developing this new tree ordinance.
All right, well, we have to kind of make some sense of what we're going to do tonight, I guess. One possibility is to continue for 1 month and try to find out. It seems like the redesign of the house with a new site plan and submission would be a many-month process. And there would be no answers to whether zoning would permit that for quite some time. It seems like the house would actually have to be redesigned first.
Well, so one of our other options is just denying the certificate of appropriateness in total?
It seems like there are two options really, are continuing, which we could probably only do for 1 month, or denying it, or passing. Those are really the only options we're given. It's not, I don't see any other option to accomplish.
It seems to me that the continuation is also up to the applicant. We can't just say we're going to continue, by the way. Would you like to be back here?
The problem with continuing is I don't see, these are good ideas, but I don't see what we could do.
No, it's a question of whether or not the applicant has an interest in studying any alternatives, or it's called, here it is, take it or leave it. And then we have no choice but to vote, if you want to think of it that way. whether it's deny or not deny. But I think the question is, do you have any interest in going back and looking at what are the alternatives, whether it's where the lot lines are and, some of these other things, or which is the setback and so on?
Yeah, we have every interest, and that's why we came here last time and took the recommendations and made the changes accordingly. If we would have known this last time, we wouldn't have to hire an architect to redesign a new house.
It's on the agenda.
Yeah, this is our second time here.
They started in June.
Oh, May.
So they gave us some recommendations last time, we made the changes, and now we're back with the changes.
I was safe. I was out of the country. I had nothing to do with it.
I'm sorry, the house is smaller than the one proposed in May?
Correct, yeah.
And what's the difference in square footage?
So when you add that covered porch, it counts in the setback. So we had to adjust the main house accordingly. So the comment was made that it was maximized at 30%. That's with that covered porch. So really, it's
the interior square footage then is
I think I wrote it down. It is main floor is 3650. Main floor. Oh, main floor and second floor.
Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, it was made smaller by the size of that front porch.
Correct, yeah. So main floor is 1736 square feet, and then second floor is 1918.
Okay. I mean, I guess the thing about continuing it is I don't see what we're going to do in that month at all. I'm
sorry, I didn't. So it was made smaller by making. So the covered porch used to be part of the house, but now it's just a covered porch. So
no, it was an uncovered porch. And so, they said the other houses in the area have covered porches, and when you make it a covered porch, it then counts in the setback. So in order to stay under that allowance, you have to shrink the footprint of the main house accordingly. So every room got a little bit smaller in order to accommodate for the 110 square feet for that covered porch to still be in the lot coverage.
So the total, the real adjustment of the size, when you say you decreased it.
It's about 110 square feet.
So you decreased the whole thing by 110 square feet?
Correct.
When we asked you
Not
to?
the actual house.
The actual house, yeah.
The actual house was only
Really
decreased?
your square footage because of the porch being counted or not counted, isn't that it?
Yeah, but then it counts in the setback when you do that. So we had to make each room a little bit smaller.
So the compromise when you came back, when we asked to make it smaller to try and accommodate for a major facet of Evanston's landscape and character, was to decrease it by 110 square feet?
Yeah, I mean, there's really not a...
For those who were here, because I wasn't, was there a discussion about the trees back in May?
The trees were the only topic, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, we continued it, but then we never made a decision.
Okay. So essentially, that issue was never really resolved then, and it hasn't really been resolved now. And what I'm hearing is that other than playing with the front porch, which is really not even in the area of the trees, there's been no accommodation at all. I'm sorry to put it that way. I'll probably make it harsher the next time. But I'm just asking, is that right?
So what would you have changed on that side of that house, though?
I think I would have.
16-foot...
You're basically saying we've got one tree we're saving, more or less, by drawing a 12-foot circle rather than a 16-foot circle, and I'm ignoring the second tree, and then I'm done.
No,
Is
I
that
mean,
right?
these all got a little bit smaller. So, again, it's going to give this tree a better shot, but you could still see we would have to shrink the footprint over there, and that's even...
Yeah, I just gave you an alternative about 15 minutes ago, which is declaring one of them the front yard and the other one the side yard, if we want to call it that.
So if you have a 30-foot setback that way, though, and that's the utility line right there.
No, you come in to line up with the other ones on Lincoln, and then you have to deal with exactly what you're doing on Lincoln on Orrington. It's a mirror image.
All right, well, I mean, that would be a whole
I
different.
mean, I'm not going to design it for you, and it's not our job.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that's an alternative that you never explored.
Okay, that would be a whole different plan anyway.
Right,
I mean,
it's
that's-
6 months.
I mean, I think realistically.
Of course, it's another plan.
In the next month.
But Mark,
I mean-
we've seen people, I hate to bring it up, but we went through that on Edgemere where we saw at least 3 completely different plans.
Yeah.
So that's not new, we're not breaking new ground. People have come back with alternative plans in a lot of cases. This isn't the first time where somebody said, oh, I'm going to have to redesign my building. I'm sure Gary can recite a whole slew of them over there that he recalls. So, I mean, but no, I mean that you sat here on, you know. So I think that's the issue. That at some point you have to say, I have to completely rethink.
Okay,
Not
my
just-
point was that
not
at
just
the
nickel and
next-
diming it.
My point was by continuing at one meeting for something that would have to go through a whole zoning process isn't going to do anything. It's not a one meeting. It's a different design that would require zoning approval and require several months of work.
Yes.
And so my point was continuing at one meeting seems purposeless.
Well, but we've gone through this where we continued for a meeting and then we get something that says the applicant has asked for an additional continuance. This isn't the first time that's occurred.
We can't even do that anymore, I don't think. We limited to.
We had it in May and have continued it for month after month until November.
Yeah.
It's a new application.
Is it new? I thought it was.
Yes, that's why it's under new business. It's a new application.
This is a new application?
Yes.
The project was removed from the agenda when we didn't get revised drawings, and we have them under new business because it's been removed from the agenda before.
Yeah, I thought it can only be continued twice. Is that the once? Is that the?
You can continue it at least twice, and continue it if they don't have any plans 2 times.
Okay.
Well, then what was the status? I mean, 2404 Ridge was continued from June 11th, I'm looking, July 9th, August 6th, September 10th, and October 1st until today. So that's how many continuances?
Right, but the project was not removed from the agenda.
Okay.
This was removed from the agenda by the commission.
But does he have to remove it from the agenda to go through a series of 6 continuances?
No.
Okay.
All right. Well, let's not.
Well, I mean, so I don't see the issue.
Well, to speak to the issue of continuance, there's 2 different issues you're speaking about, whether it's renoticed or not. So that was the commission's rule that that the commission passed, that it could be continued twice without presentation before renoticing would be required. Within the preservation ordinance, there's the requirement that the commission shall review the application, vote to issue or deny the application within 45 days following receipt of the application, and the time to consider the application may be extended with the consent of the applicant. So there is a time clock there for the commission to make a decision without the applicant asking for further time or continuance.
Okay. Well, let's just. I mean, it seems like the only reason you would approve is if it was a completely different plan submitted that was radically different, that required a zoning variation. Is that correct?
Are you asking me this?
No,
or is that a
no.
rhetorical
I'm asking
question of the
anybody. I mean,
We're asking, well, I think we should first ask the applicant, if we asked you to come back to look at, to save all the trees, are you willing to look at a new design? And if you need variances, then you need variances, and so don't we need to ask the applicant first? So, I'm just asking you.
I can't make the decision.
Okay. Well, I guess I assume we'd be willing to continue for a month if the applicant so desires. Okay. All right. So I guess that's your choice. The only choice we can really say is we'll continue if you'd like, or you can have us vote tonight. It's up to you.
Okay, so I guess, can I get some feedback, I guess, or what exactly am I redesigning?
Okay.
So
I mean, if,
I just need a little bit of guidance so I know what to come back with.
I mean, I think the standard would be is we're looking for a design that protects, there are 3 large mature trees on the lot, a design that protects those 3 trees with a, obviously there's no 100% guarantees in life, but with a good, reasonable expectation that the 3 trees would survive the construction process. And whatever setback from those trees would be required to achieve that. And then design the house as you will with that in mind. And if you need a zoning variance to make up for the fact that you're setting back more than you typically would from Lincoln, give us a design and we'll react to it.
if you're unsure, I mean, we could continue for a month, and then if you come back and say no, we would vote on it next month. I mean, that would be, so it would just delay the vote by a month if we continued it.
Yeah, I don't have the authority to say if they're going to redesign the house. I'll tell you, we've had architects, we've paid a lot of money and trying to figure this out, and there's just nothing possible unless we're building a 4-story house.
Okay, so then you'd prefer we continue so you could consult, even though probably the answer will come
I
back.
wouldn't be able to make that decision.
Okay, so then if we continue it, you can come back next month, and your choice is either to say, we've thought about it and we'd like to try something different or some modification, or to say, no, it's not feasible, we want an up and down vote next month. And then you'd have the right to appeal it if you decided. So that would be the procedure.
If the vote's taken and it's deny it, then what happens then? Is there,
if the commission will deny the COA, the applicant has 30 days to file for an appeal to the city council from the date of the denial. And then we will, prepare the documentation to be sent to the council, and then once it's scheduled, the council will make a decision whether or not they will hear the appeal. And if they decide not to hear the appeal, then the commission's decision is final and appealable to the circuit court. If they decide to hear the appeal, then they will set a date. They have a limited number of days to make a decision after they accept the appeal, and then they will decide whether or not to grant the appeal or sustain the commission's decision.
Okay. Yeah, let's probably extend it then. I have to consult with our legal department to, I'm not authorized to make that.
And if you have any questions as you're trying to make that decision, you can contact Carlos about the.
All right, we'll do.
The procedure.
All right.
Okay, so could I hear a motion to continue?
I'll do it. I move that we continue the case of 2390 Orrington Avenue, that's case 18 PRES 0147, until the meeting of December 10th? Okay, 2019.
Second? All in favor, signify by saying aye. It's unanimous in favor. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, we better want to take like a 5-minute break?
Motion?
No, okay, we'll keep going. All right. Fine with me. Does anybody want a break? No? Okay, let's keep going. Yeah. Okay, 5-minute break.
Stay here until the very end.
Motion for recess.
Motion for 5-minute recess.
Is there a second?
Is anybody seconding this motion to recess? Okay.
A motion to recess?
Yeah.
Okay, we're officially back in session. So 747 Michigan Avenue, Gary Schumacher submitting.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Gary Shoemaker. I'm with Shoemaker Design Associates. I'm here to present our proposal for a screen porch addition at 747 Michigan Avenue. Let's see here. All right. Get stuck, Carlos. There we go. Okay. We're proposing a few different things on this project. The existing screen porch on the back of this Dutch Colonial is an addition of basically a lean-to porch that's built on top of the existing screen porch foundation. We don't have any record of what the original porch was, but the existing porch is failing, and we're applying to demolish this porch and construct a new one in the same location, changing the entrance of the porch to face the rear yard. In order to achieve that, we're trading some paving, some hardscape back here, by removing hardscape on the side of the lot in order to maintain the existing non-conforming condition on this house. The rear elevation, this is the existing lean-to screen porch on the back of the house. We're proposing a screen porch with a small balustrade. This is not, by the way, a walkable porch. This is a decorative balustrade. The balustrade brick piers that play off of the masonry on the existing house, fixed screen panels which mimic the fenestration on the existing sleeping porch above, and large screen panels on the back of the house. This is the porch that I mentioned before, the lean-to structure. This is built predominantly of small 2x6 and 2x4 construction. It's failing and has been on its last legs probably for several years. This is an existing porch off the front of the house, onto which we are proposing to add a railing and columns on the top of this in order to mimic the porch structure that we're proposing on the rear. So brick columns here, a porch structure to match the brick on the side. This is a panel of painted wainscot on the side of the house, and you'll see in the photographs I show later, there's a gorgeous Japanese maple that becomes a backdrop for. The existing front porch, masonry wing walls with cut limestone caps will remain, and we're copying that onto the back. We're also adding wrought iron handrails to the front porch, which don't currently exist, to match in the back, and these are pretty standard wrought iron railings with lamb's tongue details on them. The porch, the roof system on the front porch, this will be constructed out of painted material. This is a simple balustrade with a standard cap on it that will match the one that we're proposing in the rear of the house. This shows the existing living room porch or living room extension from the front of the house and the proposed railing system on top. Again, neither of these are walkable decks. They're intended to be decorative railing systems on the front of the house. You see there's no door, there's no access to these. And the wrought iron handrail we're showing to the side. This is a rendering of the existing house as it is today. This is the porch we're talking about. This sleeping porch was enclosed some time ago. We're not doing any work to that at this time. This is the proposed addition. So we're bringing the masonry around the corner, creating the masonry piers to create the illusion of the porch on the top. Transom panels which align with the upper sashes of the existing double hung windows. The wainscot paneling on the side, the screen panels on the back. And you can see on the front corner, the pier and the front walk, or the front railing system. This is the existing porch inside. This is the Japanese maple I mentioned a moment ago. And you can see from the side yard, this is from Kedzie. This is the back corner sleeping porch, and this is the corner that would become visible behind the screen wall of the backyard. Front porch and the front living room extension. I think that's all we have in there. Okay.
Okay. Any questions? Okay.
Could you talk a little bit about the, I think it's the north view of the new proposed porch and the sort of wood cladding and smaller windows you have there? What is that?
Here? These are screen panels, screen transom panels, and this is just a solid wall below.
Why the change in material?
The house currently has very ornate painted wood details here on the front gable of this side. This is all painted siding. We want this to remain subordinate to the mass of the house. We wanted to break that down instead of having a solid brick wall there. One of the reasons we want to keep this where it is, first of all, to create a backdrop for that Japanese maple, and also to protect acoustically and visually from Kedzie. It's pretty close on that side of the street. Traffic noise and the views of the wall of the adjacent 4-story apartment building, I think.
I think it's just, it seems just an out of keeping in the horizontality of the transoms. So that's, and the materiality just of that side. The rears, everything you've done is quite nice. I just think that is, if you could just change, can't you just, if you don't really, do you really need the paneling in there? Can't you just have screens? So that there's the verticality, like it would just wrap from the other side, because it's just a little peculiar, the proportion.
We can certainly develop it a little bit further. This is the early stages of development for some of the fenestration. But again, the view and the acoustics from that side are something that we want to try to protect that screen porch from. The rear yard and the axial view into the rear yard is more important than that side view. I would certainly agree we can adjust the proportions of those transom windows. We do like that they're picking up on this datum running across. I think the width and the spacing between them could certainly be adjusted to be more in keeping with those upper sashes.
Well, on the proposed, is that east elevation of that porch? That same screen porch there.
This one?
See, if you look at your end panel, you've got those verticals for the screening. I think that's it.
These?
Yeah.
Yeah, this picks up on the storm panels up here.
Is that the same thing? Well, first of all, on the screens when you turn the corner, above the panel.
Proportionally, they don't line up. We would have more windows. We don't want 4 of those across.
Windows, well, and one of them is windows.
They also don't occur on that.
But even if you just put the screens.
We could certainly look at that. We don't necessarily believe that fenestration belongs on that facade. For the same reason, we chose not to replicate the grid of the double hung window in the screen porch as a secondary structure.
I know it's not original, but what about using the horizontal siding that you have on the second floor?
That is not high quality material, and it is our expectation that that is going to come off of the house and be replaced at a later date.
I was afraid to ask, because you can't come along and say, why don't you do more work?
It is in the pipeline, but at this time we don't want to replicate that material. It's not original and it's not of particularly high quality either. So.
Then assuming you're not going to necessarily do it, in brick, when you add on there, should you start thinking about what will happen there as you do the screen porch?
We have begun to think about that, but it's not part of this application. So if the concern is, let me take a step back. We're not necessarily of the opinion that the horizontal nature of that siding is in keeping with the rhythm of this house. For that reason, running horizontal siding down here wasn't something we thought was appropriate either.
Yeah.
So perhaps changing that to a more defined panel would be a consideration, but it seems a little bit overdone. This is a secondary or tertiary addition to this house. The screen porch presumably always was, and we still see it as that. So we're trying to keep the symmetry of this house anchored with this addition and this addition, And as I say, when this one comes to fruition, to bring that back into keeping. But for the purposes of this application, we can't change that screen. That's the sleeping porch.
Yeah, I just think it's the proportion of the opening.
The proportion of these openings?
Yeah. So,
we can certainly address that by narrowing these to be more in keeping with the proportion of those.
So.
Okay.
I have a question about, and I may have missed this, I apologize, but the pillars and the balustrades, what's the reference for that? Is that something that was originally on the house, or?
We don't have any reference for what was originally on the house.
So this is just something?
We're bringing those into the language of the house. Presumably there was some kind of a balustrade on top of this, but we don't have any record of what it was on top of the front porch. But now the battery's dead.
What's the basis for that?
When you say presumably, but
we don't know. So we are asking for permission to add that detail. We feel like the front, and Carlos, can you go back one page to the original elevation for me, please? The battery's finished in this one. The elevation, the height of the datum above that porch, we feel is low compared to the house and compared to where the ridge line of the screen porch that we're proposing the back is. So we'd like to bring that line up and continue it around. Carlos, could you go to the last page that shows that goes to the photographs? Oh, Scott, can you go to the last page, please? The photographs on the back. I don't know if you can quite see it, but if you look at photograph number 5, there's an enormous amount of masonry detail and coin work above these windows, and that low porch seems devoid of architectural detail. We'd like to add that into the front facade on the I believe that's on the west elevation of the porch.
But you have no historic precedent to base that on? That's just something...
Dutch colonial precedent would be in keeping with the Dutch colonial precedent, but not on this particular house. There have been several details from this house that were removed over the years. Whether it came off of the top of that porch or not is unclear, but currently the roof system that's up there is not original, and it needs to be redone. So our intention is to pull that roof off, build the railing system, and re-roof it.
Okay, anybody else? All right, is somebody willing to make a motion to approve? Anybody?
Oh, what is this?
Go ahead, Elliot.
I'll move that we issue a certificate of appropriateness for 747 Michigan Avenue, which is in the Lake Shore Historic District. Application 19 Pres 243 for the demolition of an existing screen porch with the foundations to remain, construction of a new frame and masonry screen porch in the likeness of the existing structure, installation of a new wrought iron railing and front and rear stairs, installation of a widowed walk railing visible from the public way, and to utilize materials to match existing structure. I'm not sure about that one, except for the wood siding. New screen porch visible from Kedzie Street. Applicable standards, I think it's alterations. I'm not sure it's 1 through 10, Carlos. I think it would probably be 1 through 7, possibly 10. And I guess that's a separate motion for construction?
No, you can combine it.
All right, construction 1 through 4, 7, 8, 10, and 15, and demolition 1 through 6.
Second? Somebody?
Quick, second. I'm not going to...
Okay, I'll second. Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 How many?
Is it just 3 in favor? Opposed? 3 opposed.
What happened to this?
Sally left.
Sally left.
So the motion fails.
Is there, are objections, for those who object, are objections something that could be modified by the next meeting? I mean,
It's just some tweaks of proportion and materiality and what will pass.
Okay, so we
Beyond what Commissioner Hacker has mentioned in the widths of these transoms.
No, that's the issue.
So I've agreed to that.
Yeah, so
I think it's fair to remember that the presentation at this point is intent. I still need to develop these details and submit them for Carlos to review, so.
I also have a problem just with, I mean, I understand your thinking from like an architectural history perspective, but there's no precedent on this house for the pillars and the balustrade, so I just want to stay consistent with some other decisions that we usually ask for some evidence or precedence when we make design.
This is a clean addition to a house. Are you implying that needs to be what? What do we need?
On both sides, you're extending the pillars and adding a balustrade, and there was no evidence.
So with no precedent, you're not supporting it. That's the
yeah.
Okay. So that's okay. So what are the other items that we?
I think those are the only three people that voted against it.
Okay, so you mentioned materiality as well.
I'm not convinced by the vertical wood siding as a one-off. It's a new, different material facing the street, and I'm not convinced that that's really the right solution. There's just something about it. It looks like this was a porch, and then someone decided, oh, it's a little too noisy. Let's infill this with something I got at Home Depot. It doesn't seem to fit the vocabulary.
Interesting. Okay.
Okay, when we voted on something, but we prefer to continue it, what do we do? Do we simply continue it, or?
The motion failed, so there could be another motion made if the applicant's willing to come back for continuance, or if there's a motion to approve it with some revisions to be reviewed by staff. Those would be options.
I mean, it sounds like people want it. The people who objected wanted to see it another time. Is that correct?
I'd like to move it forward. I'm happy to have further discussion if the commission would do it. I'd like to understand if the Home Depot infill is inappropriate. I'm not looking for a design by committee, but if we're looking to have that a full screen panel on the side, is that the commission's wish? I understand you don't like the piers and columns, but it's fine. I'm with you. I totally understand, having sat on that side for several years. I'd like to reach a point where I can submit this to Carlos as part of the permit application and move this forward. We've been in the queue now for 4 months to get to this point, so I would like not to have to bring a screen porch back next month.
I mean, I think if those become just a big screened opening, that probably resolves the issue, because then it just reads as a screened porch and not an enclosed window opening.
Okay.
Would that be okay with Julie?
No. That's the simplest.
What, screen? Just screen it?
Yeah, just make it a screen. I mean, that's the most straightforward.
That's straight, yeah.
I think if it was verticals, the way you have it around the corner, and it looked like, because you have narrow ones on the end, you could have had two narrow ones with one wider one in the center. I'm not sure.
Like a Chicago window.
Yeah. Then I think even an infill within the panel, because if you look around.
Well, I'm happy to explore a number of other fenestration options there, but I can certainly send back full screened and paneled versions of that. But
Frame it, there's like 3, and then each one has its own.
There's not, okay, well, we used to, there isn't really a way, like we used to have this, like Carlos could send it, you would submit.
Well aware.
And then Carlos would send it to, I don't think we can do that anymore, am I correct? Like you would just send it to commissioners and then we just move on, so he doesn't have to wait a
That's
month?
for administrative approval. I mean, but I think, again, if you're going to, I mean, I think we could approve it with a specific modification required, subject to specific modification. I mean, I guess the other thing we could do is approve it subject to somebody's review of the specific modification, or we could just ask for the modification and approve it next month. I think those are the three options.
I think the prior precedent, Carlos, was that often it was sent to a couple of people, typically those who raised objections,
Yeah.
opposed to those who didn't.
Right. Can we do that still?
I think you can, but you need to make sure that here you state the conditions.
Okay.
And what I do is I will send separately the emails so that there is no knowledge what the other person is thinking. And if they concur, then that means that they're close. There will be approval.
Okay, so we would approve subject to modification of the porch.
The north, we're talking specifically about the north elevation.
Is it, yeah, I'm sorry. Is it, what do you call it?
Fenestration. And
it'll be subject to review by, say, Julie and Ken of the final modifications to the plan?
No, but did you resolve the issue of?
I think it's the fenestration, the material, these are the three things we talked about: the fenestration, the material, and I don't know how to, these are the three things, and what's, I don't know. I guess you just have to take in hand what Aleka said, which is, the detailing and what? You have to describe the detailing and the rail as...
I mean, I think if we wanted to do that, we'd have to see it next month. I think
I think once we get into that.
Yeah.
So, Gary, come back.
Is it a big deal to come back?
Oh, it's just...
So if we come back, I need a listing from this of which standards were not met, not a list of what you want to have changed. This is kind of the,
okay, let's
this is kind
find
of
the
nasty
standards.
business.
Fine, let's just do the standards. So I guess, so this is construction, right?
Correct.
So I would say proportion of openings,
That's standard number one.
that's 3.
Number 3.
So it doesn't meet 3?
Well, I would say it doesn't meet 3. That's what I was just the fenestration or whatever on the north facade. Is that the north facade?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I would say number 7 is the one that I'm getting hung up on, relationship of materials and texture. Is
And I would
not
agree
visually
with that.
compatible.
I would agree.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure what.
The standard for construction 7.
So then I would ask for a show of hands relative to number 3. What does the straw poll say in terms of agreement with meeting or not meeting that standard?
We don't have to respond.
I'd like to know the.
We don't have to respond. Okay. We're not required.
So it's 3 and 7.
I mean, you know how the commission works. If you get a majority of votes, you can do it. I think you can hear that.
So
with one thing modified, you could get if the same people were here, it sounds like you could get a majority of votes.
That's kind of what I thought. But so it's 3 and 7. That's the extent of the.
I mean, it's the porch.
And Aleka, do you have any issue with
See, you can always argue that. I don't know. Those are mine, too. That's it.
I agree with them, and I see where they're coming from. My bigger issue was not the same.
And I get what you're getting at, which is adding a feature that's conjectural or creates a false sense of the history of the property.
Yeah, exactly. which I'm trying to find in my construction.
It'd probably be just best to continue and move on, and obviously you're capable of getting approval of the project. It's a matter of some of the details. Okay, can we convert this, can we have a motion to continue? Ken?
I move we continue the proposed project at 747 Michigan Avenue to the meeting of December 10th.
A second?
Second.
All in favor, signify by saying aye. It was unanimous in favor. Thank you. All right, I'm losing my agenda. 1111 Oak Avenue.
I have 2 kids, and who knows whether they're asleep or not. Did you see what the next one is after this?
Hello, my name is Hayden McGann. I work for Pella Windows and Doors. I'm actually speaking on behalf of the Blickenstaff family of 1111 Oak. I am passing out some materials that we have updated per the request of Carlos.
Thank you.
And thank you for having us out tonight. It's almost morning, so I don't know which, good evening, good night. I don't know what you want, but thank you for having us here. As I mentioned, this is the Blickenstaff home, 1111 Oak. It was built about 20 years ago, is that correct? 2003. It is not a landmark home, but it is in the Ridge Historical District. So I believe, Carlos, if I'm correct, and correct me if I'm wrong, that is a supporting property in the district. Is that what you called it before?
I don't recall the terminology I used, but it's either contributing.
Contributing,
Yeah.
Thank you. So that's why we're here today. As you can see from this picture here, you can see the front and the side from the sidewalk and from the street. It does not have an alley in the back, so there's no public access in the rear of the home. But we are looking at replacing 12 windows, so not all the windows in the home, mainly the ones on the side of the house, but there is one window in the very front, and it is the front top right above the door. It is a bedroom window. And most of our windows are relying on the side of the house where it got most of the exposure. Windows are damaged. They need to be replaced. Currently, what's in the home, and is the remote working or? Oh, there you go. It's working. So here you go. You can see on that's the front window that we are looking to replace. And then we have some side units that we're looking to replace. Some are going to remain. And then we are going to be looking at some back windows with the door in the back window. Some of them are going to remain in place. This is what currently is in the home. Again, this was a building built approximately 20 years ago or so, actually less than that. So looking at the windows, there was no manufacturing name on there. I can assume that it's just a builder's grade window. It is aluminum on the outside with some vinyl components, both in the jamb and the actual glazing bead with wood on the interior. Around the window is 3.5 AZEK trim or cedar trim. In some places, they've been replacing it over time. It is a compression jamb window, so it has vinyl on the side that the sash glides up and down on, and it's just white exterior. There's no historical sash lugs or any grills or mullions or muttons, however you want to say that. What we're looking to put in, this one has some sideways pictures, but what we're looking to put in is our Pella Lifestyle Series, which is an aluminum clad exterior product, wood interior. It's actually truly a wood window all the way through. It just has aluminum cladding. Brought a little corner sample here, which is easier if you'd like them to pass. Would you like to pass around? I don't know if you want to see it closer. If everyone can see this okay. I think I have a couple pictures in here. But again, sideways. So it's very similar to what's in there now. It is a compression jam product. It has a vinyl, compression jam extruded vinyl that goes both the lengths of the jams, and that's what the sash obviously operates on. Very similar to, I'll get back to here. You can see a side picture. Very similar and comparable to what's in there currently. What we will be doing though, it is not a full replacement. It's what Pella would call a pocket replacement. And I know, just to explain that, because there was some confusion about the terminology, but it is, Pella's windows do have their own frame. We'll just be removing the, let me get to a picture here, the top and the bottom sash that currently is in there, and then the blind stop, which is right where the number 2 is. If you just shoot right up, that's the blind stop there, which is aluminum. That will be removed. And the compression gem that's currently in place. So we will not be touching the interior trim, the current stops, the current wood frame of the window, or the AZEK or cedar trim on the outside. Our window will be inserted into place, shimmed, and without making it sound easy, we'll be doing a stop cap on the exterior. So just some aluminum going in place. We actually have a retaining groove that goes around our windows, clips into place, and it will be caulked up to the existing frame, leaving everything else intact. On the drawings that you have, we updated them. I updated them very crudely, but you'll see our schematics from our architectural services team with a window with the dimensions of the existing windows. So there are 3 sizes overall. I mean, it's a newer build home, so everything's pretty symmetrical, but there are 3 sizes: window A, window B, and window C. Even though we are shrinking the frame size down, you'll notice that the actual glass dimension, I know that's one of the biggest concern, doesn't really change all that much. I think we're looking at a 3/4 reduction in width visible glass dimension. And the top sash, the height is 3/8 of an inch reduction, and the bottom sash 1/8 of an inch reduction. The reason being is, if you saw on some of these pictures, they have an aluminum clad, but then the actual glazing bead is this little vinyl cap. It's like almost flush with the glass, which is why I think they've had some problems. Vinyl obviously expands and contracts at a different rate than aluminum, so it has allowed moisture to get in. The seals are not doing too well. Whereas our product does have, you can kind of see, a more clean, smaller style and rail system, but it allows for pretty much the same visible glass dimensions. I think that's it.
Any questions?
Why are all the windows failing? Is that the reason for the replacement?
You got it.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
so thanks for
Say your name, please.
I'm sorry. I'm David Blickenstaff, one of the homeowners. So a lot of windows in the house, obviously, and we don't want to replace them. We'd rather not. It's expensive, but they are failing. So the seals in between, the seal fails, and then you get basically a steam looking inside. It's clouded over. So we're not trying to change the appearance of the house at all. We'd rather not. We want to match the other existing windows that are not being replaced, but we also want to be able to see out. And right now they're just kind of foggy looking. So we're doing as little as we can appearance-wise, just trying to get a window that'll hold up better.
I'm just wondering, so what's, since it's sitting in an existing opening, and I assume they're standard sizes, the windows?
Yes, the windows
how
in
much
place.
do you get? So, like, what's the dimension, just wondering around it, that you get because you're fitting it into an existing opening?
Yeah, so our existing window sizes, let me grab one.
I mean, just about, you can approximate, is it?
I think all the widths are the same. Our new width frame size is going to be 35.5 for every single unit. The only thing that changes is the height for all the units. I think I have, without getting in here exactly, I think there was a 52, a 56, and 60. without flipping that around. That would be just the only thing that's changing is the frame height of our existing units, and that's probably with the given sill that stays in place. That will be just probably the most noticeable difference. On the top. Yeah, so at the very top, basically the jambs, the sides, and the header all have the same, I think it's 5/8 blind stop. That will be removed. So it's going to be kind of more on the bottom where there'll be, let's see here. Let me just do the math.
Still got to use the frame. That's what I want to see. I don't think so.
Okay.
See how they put it in.
Okay. It's 5/8 I know on the top, and then there's I think it's like an inch and a half on the bottom there.
I've got a question because I'm looking just at the first sheet. You've got a frame opening of let's call it 35 and a half, that you're replacing a frame opening of 37 and a quarter.
Correct.
So where's that extra? That gives me an inch on either side.
Exactly. So that is going to be the frame size of the existing window. The frame will remain intact. So that's 5/8 of an inch of frame that will remain intact from that existing window. So we will be pocketing into the existing window,
So
not the existing opening.
You're leaving something of the, that's what would have helped. That what you don't have is a detail. You're using your kind of CAD detail, but there's no detail showing how this fits into the opening and what you're doing to accommodate the opening, or what is it I'm doing all the way around, because it's not going to be floating in the air with the wind blowing through.
That you're putting around the window?
Correct. Oh, I did mention this. Maybe I spoke a little fast for everybody, but I do speak fast. The outside will be capped with aluminum between. So again, on the window it has a retaining groove. It clips into place, and the cladding will be going up against.
They're just replacement windows. They're fitting in the opening, and then they have aluminum around it filling the
but
space.
he's got you've still got the aluminum panning that's going all the way around. That's their old trim.
Correct.
So you're doing something between your window and the trim.
Aluminum. There will be aluminum clipped into place, and it'll be caulked up to that.
Question of where it's going in the opening, Julie.
We probably should keep the meeting going. It's pretty.
Oh, you're just trying to go home.
Yes. Well, by 11.
We gave up already.
Okay.
Once a month.
I assume there's no member of the public here to speak about this?
They look very interested.
Would somebody like to make a motion to approve?
I move we issue a certificate of appropriateness for the project at 1111 Oak Avenue, the 12 window replacements. Standards for alteration 1 through 10 apply.
Second, Aleka. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Thank you. It's unanimous in favor. Thank
I
you.
have one other comment. I'm hoping these aren't the same windows that the developer used later on, because they built one on my block about 4 years later. And I don't want to go to my neighbors and tell them, guess what's coming?
It'll be on the south side. That's where the sun is.
No, they're on.
Okay, wait. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much.
1135 Michigan Avenue.
Evening, everybody.
Nope.
This is Ed Stein, the owner, and I'm Mike Robbins. I'm with the builder. And I've never done this before, so apologize up front. I don't want to waste anyone's time. Has anyone here had a chance to review our application, our drawings?
Yeah.
So maybe any questions that I can ask, or you want me to give some kind of presentation?
You just take a minute or two to show us the new structure. That'd be great.
Okay. Well, we're replacing a 18 by 20 garage that it's got built. It's obsolete. It's 4 inches below grade, so water's coming into it. So I would go this way, huh? We're not asking for any zone variances. It's just it's a historical area, and we want to make sure it's cosmetically appropriate. So, and this is a question I have for you guys. I don't know. As far as color selection goes, do you guys have anything to say about that?
No.
Because we would be changing the colors then. So basically what we did is that's the garage there now. And it's 18 by 20. We want to make it 22 by 22, 712 pitch gable, standard 8-foot walls. We're going to go with a foot overhang to make it a little older looking. We were going to install hardy board 6-inch exposure siding, horizontal siding. I have a question, what's acceptable on the fascia? And on the windows, we were going to go with a wood window with aluminum clad, which you guys said that's okay. It was a Jedwell. So we have 3 of those windows we're going to install. The size is a little bigger than the drawing. I just looked at them, and I think they're like 6 inches longer. 22 by 36 was the smallest I could get. So I'm hoping that's okay.
Do you have a depiction of the new garage to show us?
Yeah, it's coming. Next one. Very good.
Those aren't the right colors, but that's the garage. 712 gable, 22 wide. Yeah, I mean, those colors are pretty bad.
There's a question.
I guess that's
The
it.
color, is it compatible with the color of the house, the garage?
Well, you know, I went out and I got, if you want to show you, give me a second.
You think the house is stucco?
Is there a picture in the packet of the rear?
It's in the packet, yes.
Is the same picture.
And this is, I guess, where I got confused, is the garage is a complementary color. Do we have a picture of the house there? It's kind of like looks like a natural stucco with a little bit of gray in it.
There you're on.
So the color, I originally was trying to match it up to be compliant with this cobblestone. Where's the cobblestone? Can't read upside down, guys. That's right over here. This one right over here. That's as close as we can get to that house. This one over here. And the owners would have preferred more like the colors of the garage that we're replacing, which is in the browns with almond, close off-white trim and doors. So that's the existing garage. So, you know, we were gonna use a trim. I was thinking of like a LP or a hardy board. We'd prefer not to use the hardy board because I could save them some money. A real trim. And are you're familiar with LP? Do you guys have a preference that you'd like to see?
Don't run the hardy board all the way to the ground. If it sits in water, it'll rot.
Well, that's why we're building a new garage. I think you guys want it 6 inches above grade, don't you? Anyways, yeah, I don't know if you can see that garage is pretty flat. And, well, what do you think, guys?
I think for somebody who's been here for the first time, you've done a good job, and you've paid attention to what's been going on for the last 2 hours, 4 hours, 3 hours.
Well, you guys are tough. No, but fair. Thank you.
All right. Do you want to ask about it? I think the question is about the brackets, but the brackets aren't on the house, so I'm really not sure that that's an original historical feature.
They're in the existing garage.
The kind of craftsman brackets at the gable.
That probably
But
somebody.
the house is older than the garage.
Yeah, the house isn't the same. It's not a feature on the house.
While you're looking at that, I'd ask you to consider if you want the corner post reversed, kind of like they have them, and if you want that freeze board on it.
Ooh. I'm not sure that that's something we can really ask for.
So I'm sorry, so the pictures on the right, are they the house side of the garage? It's a little hard to see.
I think they are.
The one on the left is on the alley, and the one on the right is facing, with the two windows, is facing the house, correct?
Yes, facing the house.
And the one below it is on the south side, right? And then the one on the bottom left is on the one on the bottom left's on the north side.
Okay.
The brackets and that freeze board, I mean, I don't think there's any relationship to the house.
No, there isn't. That's the point.
So it's like, I mean, is it, I'm sure it, I don't know, so.
It looks nice when you look at the.
It's cute, but it doesn't really relate.
Yeah.
So.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Somebody like to make a motion?
Are we the only two guys making motions?
Yeah.
All right, I'll make. I move that we issue a certificate of appropriateness for 1135 Michigan Lakeshore Historic District to build a new 22 by 22 detached garage in place of the existing 18 by 20 detached garage, which will be demolished. New garage will have a gable roof similar to the existing garage with 12-inch overhangs, asphalt shingle roof, and 6-inch hardy board siding with wood-clad double-hung windows. Applicable standards for construction 1 through 5, 7, 8, 10, 11, 13, 14, and 16, and demolition standards 1 through 6.
Second, as Ken seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All in favor. Thank you. 1204 Sherman Avenue.
Hello. I'm Judy Ashworth, the owner of the house, and my husband, Achim Scheub. Our window experts had to leave because of babysitter issues. They tried to stay as long as they could, so we have no idea what's coming up here. They prepared the presentation and the application, and we were here for moral support, and now we're going to run the show. Hopefully you remember what the last window guy told you, because some similarities. Basically, I'll see what's up here. That's not our house, so I don't know what that is.
Well, it is our house, but in a very...
Oh, a very long time ago.
Yeah,
Okay.
quite a long time.
The house is from 1885. That's the house more or less now. We bought it last year. It's from 1885. And the windows are probably almost as old as the house. They're wooden and rotting, and we want to replace them, mainly because of energy efficiency. It's just, wind just comes, the draft comes around them, that's single pane. And currently, you can't see it in this view, but currently the windows from outside are already covered with storm windows that are aluminum, and you can't see the original windows. And it's more or less an eyesore. I think the replacement windows would look nicer. We're also going to replace that shutter that's falling apart as well. But so here's how it looks from the outside. And again, it's all storm window, aluminum material that you can see. You can't see the actual wooden windows. We're looking to replace all of the windows, except for 2 on the very back of the house, which were part of an addition that was done to enlarge the bathroom, I think 2004 or something. But they put in vinyl windows then in the addition, but we don't have any other record of that. Again, it's from the back of the house. The 2 windows I mentioned are up in that addition or the enlarged bathroom upstairs. That's what the windows look like inside. Most of the storm windows are missing the actual glass or screen. Some of them have it, some don't. The ones that do, we just get frost and ice building up in between. We were wondering whether we could restore these windows. I think it would be a massive undertaking and wouldn't solve the problem of the drafting and the single pane. And then we also wanted to replace the windows in the basement. That's one of them. This one, it's there was a renovation done a few years ago where they added a second toilet to right off the kitchen, a half bath, and with that they closed off the exit from this basement to the outside and closed off a window or 2. That's another sample window.
Just the illustration with the measurements on the actual frame currently.
Yeah. And so the replacement windows would also be this pocket style, what you just saw. This one, they want to put in glass blocks, and then where this vent system from the dryer can go out to the outside as it does now. That's I think the picture window that's listed for replacement in the cellar, in the basement. And that's the other basement window. And this one we want it to open like an awning type opening, be harder to break in, hopefully. Again, so there just more and more measurements. I don't know how many windows you want to see. They're all having to be custom made. They're not just off the shelf sizes. So they were having them ordered, all these individual windows. As far as the replacement ones, it's that they had there was another piece. No, they took it. Okay. Okay. You want to see the window?
Yes.
Okay. It's from WindowWorks. We looked at we had 3 different companies come out, including the one that left. Didn't want to insult them, but they were all good. This is just one of the samples.
Can you raise it to the top here? Thank you.
More energy efficiency and not rotting wood. I don't know if you have any questions. Mm-hmm.
Were all the windows that you looked at, you said you had 3,
Mm-hmm.
were they all vinyl windows?
No, the vinyl windows are only in the attached bathroom.
No, that's not the question. All 3 companies offered vinyl windows. One also offered wood windows.
Okay.
But the other 2 that came out were only vinyl windows.
I just want to say, this is a landmark house, and so putting in vinyl windows has not been something that this commission has, I'm just suggesting, has advocated, and we've tried to stay away from that. And I know there's restoration, and I know cost implications with the restoration of single glaze, which you have, and then storms. But, did you look at like a clad wood window? Did you look at that? Just because it's hard to set a precedent on a landmark house to put vinyl windows in.
The house next to ours is landmark as well. We were told it's the only other one on the street that is, and it already has vinyl windows.
I'm sure that wasn't approved.
And if it's the concern of the aesthetics of the house, you already can't. It's already with these ugly storm windows. So.
the idea is that you either replace in kind, which would mean restoration, and that is, what basically we would advocate, but then we've also, historically we've looked at wood clad and wood windows, and everyone here on this commission can speak to it, but I am remiss to say that, go ahead with vinyl. I just, especially on a landmark. I mean, not basement windows or other issues, or maybe, but, so.
So even after all the discussion about saving trees earlier, sorry.
Yeah, well, restore the windows then. I mean, I think those are all the nuances, and I also understand that there are, we're not really, we don't, I do think there's always cost issues involved, but we're really not, basing our judgment on cost, although I think it's something we consider. But so I don't know if anyone else on the commission wants to speak up about this.
Yeah, I mean, I think the approach we've always taken is that the standards are written that you would repair and restore the original windows as the top line preference, and the commission over the years, the precedent has been established that we understand for a homeowner that that's potentially cost prohibitive and that the windows are fairly simple, so replacement is an option. But we've always only approved people replacing with like materials. So that means generally a clad wood window, not vinyl, not some other substitute material. Okay. And that's just been very consistent across the years that I've been on the commission, across many different projects.
I guess the other piece of, I don't know if this was part of what would have been presented if you're the window person stayed, but I guess is what is going to be replaced in each opening. It seemed like there was a variety of different windows, but for example, the style and shape and number, of the windows seems. I mean, I don't know if they're all going to be replaced in kind or if they're going to be replaced by.
Well,
I think they're all double.
They're all double hung. They're all
apart from the basement windows, they are all double hung.
Okay, so maybe that's what I was looking at.
Like this in the same measure, in the same way.
Alrighty. Yeah, I mean, generally that would just be part of the depiction of what's going to replace them. But okay, I mean, that doesn't sound like that'll be a problem. Yeah, I mean, we've uniformly across the board not approved vinyl windows except in locations that are completely not visible, basement windows, things like that.
Okay.
But it's not something we're just applying to you. I mean, we've had this for countless houses, and I'm actually kind of sorry you didn't know that before.
No, it's just that the people we've been working with have been in contact back and forth, came out again to get measurements, and if it was just a flat out no for vinyls, we would have saved your time.
It doesn't change the measurements at all. It's just the material. And
I know, but the material's been the same since they approached this committee. That's what I'm saying. But
so I'm just trying to understand. So you went back and forth with this commission?
No. If I can, I have explained to the contractor from the very beginning that vinyl windows was not approvable, and they insisted that the owner, you, wanted to try with the commission. So I explained repeatedly that vinyl is not an option that the commission has approved.
Okay, they did not relay that to us.
Okay.
Not that, I mean, the other point in that relationship were that part of the windows in the house had been replaced by vinyl windows, and that the neighbor house, which looks very nice, but has also vinyl windows, even though it looks let's say from outside looks like.
So they wanted us to try and argue it with you, and we apologize for wasting your time. So if we come back, do we have to come back if we say, okay, we'll do this with wood? Or will you just? You
would have to come back and present the windows you're going to purchase.
There are some contractors who at least can give you a price. I think if you find, I think generally if it's been demonstrated that it's 4 times more than, let's say, the aluminum clad ones, then it's not going to be go do the wood ones. but I think you at least need to show what it would cost to restore the windows. They can make them double glazed, so that's not the issue.
Not all the time, by the way.
Well,
yeah.
We have to look at restoring the old ones and look at the cost of new wood ones. I'm sorry.
Oh, they don't have to be wood.
I don't know if I agree. Okay.
I thought you said it would have been okay if these were wood.
Go ahead, Julie.
All right. Let's just be clear. Like, I know, I mean, in terms of the cost of the restoration of the single glazed windows, they would need storms to be energy efficient. Is that something that we do? I mean, we maybe have. Are we asking them to get that price for that? And then also, because I don't
really seen that. If you can show that they're
we
all
haven't
prepared.
required that people come back with that, Elliot.
Not for something that's just a single 1/1. If it's something very.
But all the windows are being replaced, correct?
Yeah.
Well, I think all right. I'd like to say that since I've been on this and I'm sorry, this is just a dialogue we're also having internally here, but I have, been on the commissions. This is my 6th year, and I know that when I started, we did ask that people examine restoring the windows. These are simple. These are double hung. I think, there's people around that do that and so when if there's special lights or something or divisions, then restoration seems more applicable. In this case, they're not. They're just double hung. So I would recommend that you look at, wood and wood clad windows, and that's my opinion on the vision. I mean, we have asked for in the past the restoration of windows where possible.
One clarification that was asked, when you said wood clad, are you referring to aluminum clad or vinyl clad as well?
It's been aluminum.
Aluminum.
I just want to make sure that we.
I'm sorry,
yeah.
aluminum clad.
Like the last one that was up here.
Yes.
The Pala or whatever.
We're not supposed to.
Like that. So wood and wood.
What I think I think people are going to find now is that a lot of the manufacturers are going to fiberglass on the exterior. Not just the full fiberglass, but a lot of them are now clad fiberglass. So I think we're going to have to start addressing whether or not aluminum is the only material.
I agree.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it makes you guys feel better, but 1111 Oak, that house that just came up here, is replacing their new-ish vinyl windows because they don't last. Like, they sell them to you and they say they're going to last forever, and all those seals that they're replacing because they popped and they're getting new windows, those aren't old windows.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. I know, there's a cost difference, but it is in terms of longevity of the window. Those.
Yeah, we're not. The cost is, of course, always a question, but it's not prohibitive. I don't think it would be.
Well, why don't we continue until next month and
I won't
come
be in
back and
town then,
propose
but
a
you could-
different.
Yeah. Well, if we can get another wood window company to come and be here for us.
Yes.
I'll be out of town at a business meeting that day, but.
Great.
I'm just sorry that there was confusion.
I apologize to the committee because that wasn't communicated to us that it's a. Or we wouldn't
I've been
wish
in
to-
touch with the contractor at least 5 times, and they send these little by little. I had asked so much information, and I kept telling them, vinyl is not an
I
option.
think for us the information was more we have to refurbish the old windows, which was not imaginable that this would be possible.
Yeah.
Replacing this by wood, that would be another option.
Okay, I'll be happy to work directly with you if you prefer, or whoever you decide to hire or work with.
Okay.
I can help you. I don't have an issue with that.
Okay,
I just want to make sure that you are successul next time.
Great, thank you
Okay.
so much.
Okay, can we have a motion?
I move we continue the case for, I'm sorry, I lost the address.
1204 Sherman.
1204 Sherman to the meeting of December 10th.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All in favor? All right, the last matter is 320 Greenwood Street.
Thank you for bearing.
Thank you. Yeah. Can I make the motion now?
Right, we automatically approve anybody who waits to the
There's an issue, there's a letter for the roof being changed from cedar to asphalt.
In the pack.
John, such nice drawings.
Got today yesterday.
You guys know the grass?
Thank you.
Sheldon Drive.
I did. He passed away.
No, I know. Isn't this Sheldon Drive?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just read, somewhere I saw it that he died about a year ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. I met him years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, I met him on some project. Oh, wow. Somewhere I saw it.
It's not? Let me look it up.
Okay, go ahead.
Go.
Thanks. I'm John Holbert, and with Hendon Mills, we're the architects working for Adam Klinger and Amy Corday, the homeowners. And we're hoping to get approval for renovation of 320 Greenwood. And the house, just a brief history, was relocated in 1889 to this location, and it started as a small cottage. And it was renovated and added onto in the late 1800s, and then added onto again on the rear and then the side screen porch in the 1940s. And our approach has been to try and keep the original house and the original renovations intact, and to make modest modifications to the side porch and the rear addition. With the areas of our work are restoring the exterior, replacing the roof, and then adding the rear deck, overhang, and a residential lift to the rear, with the idea of making it more habitable for a family member who's mobility challenged. So with, let's see, I'm just going to get to the exterior. I guess this is helpful. As far as renovating the exterior, we're planning on scraping and renovating all the existing wood, all the existing trim, no change. The windows are, existing wood windows will be fully renovated, each window. And with the idea of making them more thermally efficient, but all that work will be done on the inside, and even then it will be very subtle. The principal rooms, on the first floor, we're trying to keep intact. We're trying to keep intact. Really the main interior changes we're doing are just kind of for livability and then again for mobility, kind of widening doorways and expanding the kitchen and making the house a little easier to get access from the exterior. And we spoke early on with Carlos about the possibility of doing a covered ramp in the rear yard, and it seemed kind of intrusive, and it also put us into a variance for lot coverage. And so we instead have chosen, or are asking to put a residential lift on the side. And I would love to get this.
They asked, what is the exit now? Because
Go down the basement.
All the way down to the basement?
Yeah, and then you just follow to the yeah, just go to the the stairs that you see on the second, all the way to the basement.
We're trapped.
You should approve his windows because he was locked.
And so this is the alley side, the west side, and the only window we're changing, we would like to change is this one, which ends up in the kitchen with the sill height is too low. And the people who are renovating the windows are also able to fabricate sashes in kind to what's there. So any new or changed windows will match all the dimensions of the sash and jambs. I'm going to go through the other windows that we're changing. And the only other one, this is the rear yard. And we're kind of joining these two windows in order to make the kitchen cabinets work out, basically. And on the neighbor side, on the west side, we would like to raise the sill of those, the two government windows in the top right. They're, the ones on the left are in 2 bathrooms, and they have a 30-inch sill height with a 30-inch cabinet framing into them. And we just would love to raise it 6 inches just to make the cabinet look better. And the dormer, yeah. And then the dormer on the right, we would just raise those windows only so that they match on the bathroom windows. And let's see. And the roof, let's see. The roof, we are interested in replacing the kind of deteriorated cedar shingles with a architectural grade asphalt shingle. I have just a sample here. And and it's really, we find it's compatible with the neighborhood. I mean, all the other historic homes have the exact same thing, so we'd like it. For that, we think it would look good, and we are interested in the longevity of it. And go back. The other thing that we're interested in doing is building the wraparound porch. You can see on this elevation with the eave kind of overhead. And the idea is really to kind of unify the back of the house, which is a little not as put together as the other elevations, and also to help reorient the house towards the rear yard, which it currently doesn't do, and also to give a path to the 2 rear doors that's covered from the weather, also a mobility issue. And I'm going to go back.
John, I think there's a pointer on your
on this,
the little green line there.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Great.
The green, there's a green line, vertical line that you press. That is a pointer.
Theoretically. Yeah, the battery's blinking. I think it's about to go. But I can kind of point to it. If you know where, see where the lift is? So the lift would come up there. We have a cover deck. And we have, I thought it was under something we did. We've adjusted the spacing of the mules so that decades in the future, whenever, if the lift is ever removed, that the deck can be made to look like it never had it. And the materials for...
Could you use the mic as you...
Can you hear this okay?
Yeah, that's
I'm
okay.
sorry.
It's just it's taped, and so as you walk over there, people won't be able to review what you said.
Okay, I'll sit tight. The all of the materials that we're interested in using are wood. The just a simple wood railing, wood newels to match the existing picket fence. We'll retain and use all copper gutters and flashing. And the one other change, the front screen porch, which currently has metal screens which go from the top header down to the concrete floor, we would like to replace those with wood frames and with a wood knee wall, like 32-inch tall, and then replace the upper with wood frame screen panels. And the only other item of interest, I think, are the front stairs. We would like to replace them in kind, with the caveat of bringing them out 42 inches so we can have a landing at the front door, which it currently doesn't have. The steps go right up to the door. Does that sound right? Yeah.
I think it's great that you guys respected the house. It's it's not being mucked up at all.
Try. All of us really like the house, just for starters. So
I think it's a little difficult with the landmark house to change the roofing material to go to asphalt and from shingles. I mean, we just were dealing with it just seems inconsistent with our position. We just dealt with a house with that elaborate shingled roof that was.
We were here.
And but I just think I think that's a difficult one for me with this landmark house to go to asphalt.
Yeah,
I agree with her on that.
Yeah. I mean, the statement that all the houses in the neighborhood have shingle, some do and some don't. There was certainly no evidence presented of that, but it seems to me that the shingles are pretty integral to the appearance of the house. It isn't just that it is shingle. I mean, it has this look of being, I don't know, like a cottage by the lake.
Yeah, this is like a Nantucket cottage, and I actually showed this house to a bunch of people, and they all loved it. And I don't know the only thing about the shingles is like Julie said, it's like nobody wants wood shingle roof, but it's so amazing.
I appreciate that, and a lot of people...
Could you state?
Yes. I'm Adam Klinger. I'm the owner of the house. A lot of people here have explained, as all you well know, economic issues. This is a significant economic issue, and while it does have some of the character of that, if you go look at this house, you really can't tell it that much, and I beg to disagree about the houses in the neighborhood. I've walked up and down Greenwood from the lake to a block past us, and there is not another house that has cedar shingles in that area, okay? There are historical houses all around this with asphalt shingles, including the house where the Historic Society is. I just feel that if that's what you guys think is important, that is what it is. But this is a significant economic issue, and one that I think that needs to be taken into account related to that.
Are there questions for?
No. I think the way you handled the, not only the porch, but even the accessibility was really very elegant. I really think, much better than having the ramp.
It's a group effort and came in time, so. Thanks.
That roof is a tough one because it's like, it is actually a really significant part of the house. You know, like you're keeping the original clapboard siding. Why wouldn't you keep the original shake roof?
I would love to, but if somebody wants to, like, you know, it's an economic issue that, you know, I don't know the whole cost of this, but at some point.
Yeah.
I do have costs if that's of interest.
Yes.
Okay, with the highest grade asphalt shingle, the cost is $29,000. And it goes to $53,000 with cedar shingles.
That's a very high bid. I mean,
It's for a tear off with new.
I just had, I mean, I'll tell you, I just had mine replaced last year, and it's far bigger than this with cedar shingles, all new, and it was about the same as your asphalt bid.
Before I bought the house, the cedar shingle bid I got was higher.
Because this, I'm just saying, because this is a landmark house, I just don't feel that, you know, that material is very different. I'm not saying asphalt wouldn't look fine on this house if you were just building this house, or it wasn't even in a historic district, not, you know, contributing structure, we could maybe evaluate it. I just feel this is just a hard one, and it sets some precedent that we don't really want to set. So that's... So are the shingles, like, they all have to be replaced?
They're
all
absolutely trashed.
And is the underlayment?
The underlayment is
so
exposed to the weather at some places.
So is there, you have to new plywood and everything underlayment?
Julie, this house was built in like 1860.
Yeah.
60.
And it was
60.
So, you know, I just, you know, that's what I think about being a landmark, so.
Yeah, I have to concur, since it's listed as a landmark, and that is a significant historic feature.
I agree.
It sounds like we'd be willing, if you want us to vote to approve without changing the roofing material, if you want us to. I mean, we can vote to disapprove, we can vote to approve with the material, or we can continue if that would help.
Would you consider approving everything but the roof, or until they look at some other alternatives, perhaps?
If it was approved with the cedar shingle.
If you please speak at the microphone.
If you approve this subject to the cedar shingles, would that preclude us before we finish coming back to this committee just on that issue?
You know what, we don't actually, we could approve, other than the roof, we don't actually even have to approve replacement of the existing roof with the same materials.
Right, so that would give us the opportunity, I mean, this isn't, that piece of work isn't being done probably till the spring. It would give us an opportunity to come back here if we so chose to ask about that issue.
Okay, so we could just approve the project other than the roof?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, would somebody like to make a motion?
So we're doing everything but the roof?
Right.
Okay.
So, just to be formal, you know, just state that your application would not include the roof, just for the record.
Our application does not include the roof.
Thank you, John. Tomorrow morning, you fly to Washington and start testifying.
Yeah, TV again.
I move that we issue a certificate of appropriateness for 320 Greenwood to restore the existing windows, to install 6 new windows, to construct a wraparound porch to the rear of the house, a platform lift, adding an overhang from the lift to the rear doors, and to construct a low wall in front of the screen porch and face that with beadboard. Alteration standards 1 through 10, construction standards 1 to 7, and 9 through 15.
A second. Ken, all in favor? Please say aye. All in favor. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I thought that was like a squeaker.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
I move that we, can we adjourn? We still have some topics. My God, what is this?
We can go quickly.
We only covered A and B.
Yeah.
We have to do the minutes. There was.
I think there were some changes.
On the October 1 minutes, the only thing I saw in reading it was there was kind of a single sentence paragraph that just said something like Suzanne German, Landmarks, Illinois. Was that a fragment of something else?
I in the first version, I meant to remove that, and because there was a discussion that was not pertinent to the meeting.
Okay, so that just gets deleted.
Yeah, and it was deleted in the last version.
Okay.
Oh,
Remember going through the basement?
Yes, thank you very much.
The guy's going to throw us out any moment.
So with that correction, I move we approve the minutes of the October 1st meeting.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yes, I am.
All right. So preservation, we did the system. Okay. You also receive in your packet the meeting dates for 2020. They all fall in the second Tuesday of the month. I checked with holidays. I believe we are clear based on the information I received from City Manager's office where they provided to us with holidays. So I'm asking the Commission to approve the schedule of meetings for 2020.
We have to formally vote?
It would be nice.
Give us time to look at it till the next meeting.
I move we approve the proposed roster of meeting dates for 2020.
Somebody second? Julie seconds. I think all are in favor. Except Carl, who won't be here.
Carl can vote on anything.
Meeting. Sally left.
Yeah, this is terrible. I can't believe she.
Carl, did you vote it for two or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Too late, we didn't bring champagne to drink.
Yeah, thought we were bringing cakes and cookies.
All right. So I just want to bring up under discussion the nomination of the Preservation Commission officers for 2020. So the nominations should be on the agenda for the December meeting, so that it could be an election for the new officers for 2020. Currently, we have obviously Mark and as the chair, Ken as vice chair, and Elliot as secretary.
You guys want to?
I'll be happy to receive any nominations between now and
Do we need any new member? Do we need to fill any vacancies or anything?
we have one vacancy filled.
One's been filled.
And one is not yet. So we will have 10 commissioners
There'll be
in
an
December.
unveiling at the next meeting.
I did give you a recommendation for someone.
Yeah.
I did.
But it will have to go through the mayor's office.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
do you give them?
I will give them. I will give
Peter?
them.
This one has a tree on it.
Okay. After design guidelines update, I don't have an update. I have not the opportunity to complete.
Oh my gosh.
But I will
Do you
do
need
my best to do
somehow-
next time. I'm just making sure that I do other things too. But that's my.
Rebecca to help.
Tear it up. before somebody sees it in their recycling.
And the last item is 2020 Preservation Commission retreat. I had a meeting with the director of the department, Johanna Leonard, and she asked me to look at things that the commission should focus next year and subsequently. And I also attached some of the things that are under powers and duties that the commission have. And I think I'd like to propose that the commission have a retreat in January or February to go over those issues. We don't have to do all of them on the list, but we need to start doing something. I think part of it would be the pitch program, that it would be part of that type of powers and duties that the commission should address. Educational programs, we have the camp, and we can continue doing other educational programs, perhaps with solar as well. Maybe at some point we will have contractors or other communities to talk about how they tackle this issue of solar energy and sustainability. So this is just for you to look at and contemplate. Maybe we can get back to it next month with more concrete ideas, but I just want to highlight, what things that the commission is not been
What
doing.
is the purpose of this retreat? I mean, I'm trying to understand, since
Well,
you outlined these duties.
we can have some sort of a plan for the commission for the next, 5-10 years. So we set our goals.
Thank you. That we need to discuss, for instance, just this window issue that is now coming up. There are things that we need to regroup and discuss that we actually haven't done as a group. And, how we talk about those things and what we've done in the past, and for some of the people who maybe, aren't here today as well. So I think it's a good idea, because I really don't think we have had one in I don't even know how many years. So
I remember one.
yeah, just materials are changing, and we need to address that. And so I think it's a good idea.
Yeah. I'm just asking because I'm not sure about the ones that have been highlighted as being,
Right.
sort of,
highlighted, that was.
is that from Joanna?
Someone thought we.
No, this is from our ordinance.
No, but the ones that are highlighted.
But why the ones that are highlighted?
Right.
What was?
I was just giving some examples of things that we could tackle. It doesn't have to be necessarily everything.
I think we could make the retreat.
Yeah, we can make a list.
Right.
That's why I was asking, because these are kind of
Yeah.
motherhood and apple pie.
Yeah.
and-
I'd like to see us discuss some of the issues that plague us, things we have a really hard time with.
Yeah, I think we have always the windows. I think we need to talk about, if we're going to be on this committee for solar panels and all of that, we need to talk about some of those issues. We need to talk about trees. There are just things.
Trees would be good. Completely new homes, I think, is another one that has,
in terms of,
people feel it's gotten, extremely subjective, and it's just hard because there's not the kind of reference there are in an existing home addition or alteration.
So maybe each of us make a list, use that word item, and then
Right,
put
so
it
my
together.
intention was to just highlight some of the things that the commission
Okay.
is supposed to be doing, and
Right.
we have not. There are other issues, obviously. I just want to bring to your attention.
Okay.
Can I just ask a quick question about the guidelines? I know but here's the thing. The only thing I care about is that people can find information and they still can't find it. And I know you have your plate full. And so is there a way that we can try to tackle this differently? I just know you have a lot of stuff going on, and it's still really difficult to go through, to find information on the site. And
it's a matter of time, to be honest.
And we can't, can one of
I need
us?
to put aside these, so I can tackle that as my priority.
But you can't use help or anything.
I haven't been using help.
Okay. Okay, all right. Well, I'm just saying that it is still really hard to get information on the site.
I understand.
Okay.
Because that's not necessarily something that, takes your expertise, as it's more IT stuff, right?
Right, so I've been working with IT to make sure that the links work.
Yeah.
Something happened that is beyond my abilities, so that I want them to address that.
Yeah, I mean, that's my thing, is not necessarily taking more
Yeah.
of your time, but getting IT to prioritize making those links work so people can get at the information. So,
Okay. So maybe we can have ideas and then December make up an agenda and try to figure out a date. Okay. Anything else? Anybody want to move to
I
adjourn?
move that we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.